All right. Okay. Let's see. We got chat going up. I'm gonna build a bit of an OST for this video actually while I wait for you all to fill in. Where's high scores real? I actually really like. There's so many really good. That is not. Hey, Surplus, welcome. I'm building a bit of an OST while I wait for people to fill into the stream. Let's add that to Squonk so where's... That's not the one I want. That one's good. Yep, I'm just going to keep building OSTs until... Sir Blast. That's not the one I want. Yep, we're going to be reading the books. I'm just waiting for people to fill into the stream. Wait for people to fill in a bit while I get everything ready. Yes, that. Wait, is this? Yes, that's the one. And then I guess we'll go to... Yeah, OC. This one's pretty good. Save. Smoke OCs. Yep, I'm just going to keep building out this little thing while I wait for people to join. We'll just be adding music. Hello, Mewtwo's Wrath. Welcome. I'm building out a bit of... That fits the mood pretty well. I'm building up an OST for this. I meant to build this beforehand, but I kind of slowed down while working on it. Welcome, Foremost Note 490. I'm building a bit of an OST. Welcome, Titan N. Or Titan, I guess it would just be, or T to N, however you want to say. Yeah, we're doing FNAF moments. Screen Trap does hunger. I'm just building a few OSTs out. Did I add this to the OST list? Yes, I did. Welcome, Pixel Dude. This is a FNAF moment. I'm just building out OSTs to fill out the stream while I wait for people to join. Wolfgang, welcome. You're on time. Yes, you are. Victory theme. These are the extended versions. So sorry. My favorite Fazbear Frights book. It's spaced out whenever I see it in chat, so that's kind of why it's hard to tell. Favorite Fazbear Frights book? I think it's Step Closer. Mewtwo's Wrath. Yeah. Okay. Do I put Stone Cold in here? Is that too high energy for this? Because Stone Cold is really good, but it's... No. But this is really high energy for a reading stream. I do know what cheese is. I am aware. Welcome to Tomfoolery. Yeah, I think Step Closer is my favorite book, Frights book on the topic. Hi, Mika. I'm glad you like the videos. So yeah, we're gonna be mainly because I haven't properly read Bobbiedots, to be honest. The first Bobbiedots, I'm gonna be reading that, and then we're gonna transition to GGY because it's the next story in the list, and then Bobbiedots conclusion. Let me find West Security Breach. This is one of my favorite. Actually, it was unused for a while, but I think they re-added it into the game. This one. Pizza Tower is actually going to be. I'm going to play it blind on stream, not in the not too distant future. I don't know exactly when. What do I put in here OST wise? I'm trying to. Pollen is thick today. Oh, that's not good. I'm trying out a different mic setup, a very janky one. Surplus do be lurking. Okay. What else fits this kind of mood? Is there like a good OST that fits? Lucifer. I'm thinking of different OSTs because I can't use the trailer themes as much as I would like to. I not literally blind. Yes, I'm searching for OSTs to build up for the stream while I wait for people to join. Yeah, I don't. So the. Suspension window shield is very optimistic, actually. You know what? Let me check out. Where's this? Maybe we have a good one already. These are prescriptions. Which are things that just. Where the hell is my squawk starts? Let's see. What do we got? This might be good enough. We'll go through a lot of Venta Black as kind of a filler song. And loop playlist, and then. Okay, this should be good. Midnight Motorist is really good, but it's very high pace. Oh, Undercover of Night? Let me check that one. Night. Is this FNAF? Undercover of Night. Security Reach. I'm not seeing this one. Yeah, let me look through six OSTs. Because I really like Midnight Motorist, don't get me wrong. But it is very light. Hi, Moderator Planet, welcome. Not actually a moderator. Slice and Scoop. No, that's passive one. Where's the Runaway? Oh, this, yeah. Yeah, I think I'll add in... Alchemist Fantasy has a good, like, bitter, sweet tone, which I think might be fitting. That might work. The stories you're reading are from the from today's book. Yep. Oh, it's okay. So it was the Halo theme that was popping up. Okay. I'm gonna try and stick it to FNAF OSTs for now. 4 bits of love, 4 bits, or advertisement swallowed by the void. Oh, that's that's that one. God, Nowhere to Run is really good, but is that... Ooh, actually... This might be good, actually. Ooh, oh, Drag Me to the Crusher. I love Drag Me to the Crusher. Yeah, why is it always so extended? The Runaway is the space shooter segment. The when Helpy's like in his little, it's just like the rocket ship minigame. Ooh, oh yeah, Help Wanted's pizza party theme. That might be good. That's really... I don't want to have to listen to that for an hour. What's the name of the actual theme? Wanted OSTs. Giorno's theme. I don't know if my stream can handle that one. The trailer themes are all... For example, I wanted to include some of the trailer themes for this, but I remembered that brain rot. That they're all pre-made songs that's got licensed to use, which means they don't. They'll get struck down if I use them. What if I told you I'm actually the Runaway? Planet. I think I'm a little skeptical of that one. Power down? Is this literally just the power down thing? Yeah, okay, I thought that was maybe a song. Trailer, caught in a loop. Caught in a loop, yeah, would work. I think this one works. Barely. This is like, yeah. Foxy's Pirate Song 2? Oh, okay. God, it's... Does that fit? You know, I don't know why I want to add that one in. It was Deadeye's the... Discord is getting ice cream when I cross 10 billion million quadrillion subscribers. That's just the cost, man. That's all there is to it. I always run away from my problem. Yeah, I think Deadeye's Twisted Birthday is this. This is the one, the pizza party theme. You know what? Yeah, sure. I'm trying to, yeah. I think we'll go with this. I think this is a pretty good roster. That's a lot of songs. And I think that's enough variety that by the time they loop, we won't be, like, sick of them. The ice cream was never promised, but if we make it to 10 quintillion trillion subscribers, you can get them. Yeah. Let's just shuffle on loop. And loop. Okay. Okay, I don't know. I hope this works. Okay. Bobbiedots 1. We're doing both Bobbiedots. I will not play all songs at once. What's your favorite FNAF game? It's FNAF 3. FNAF 3 is the only game where I'm like, you know, maybe I want to play some FNAF 3. I do think Mike chewing gum is a canon thing, though, even if it's not. I don't know if it's a step closer comparison, to be honest. But it is canon that he likes chewing gum, which is just one of the silly mini Mike traits. We're doing both Bobbiedots. We're doing both Bobbiedots 1 and 2. Yeah, just to make sure that's clear. Yeah, okay. What do you think will happen to the Gregory 3 after GGY? That's honestly, GGY, even before it was announced, was kind of the reason I didn't want to do a Gregory theory. Or a dedicated one. I talked about them in videos, but I didn't want to do a dedicated video for it because I didn't want to do a dedicated theory for Gregory because I was like, there's so much of volatile information with him. So much could change with like each update and new thing. Who knows what the hell it could say? Which is why I decided not to. Anyway, let's pull up our short stories, eh? Actually, before I get into this, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick so I don't have to go to the bathroom middle reading. This is going to be a little bit of an intermission. Just sit with the Princess Quest music. So, this will be really quick. Alright, I'm back. Princess Quest time. Yeah, let's see bad stuff. I'm no longer lurking. Princess Quest. I hope Gregory is human. The fact that he could be a robot is really concerning. That is to me too. Time to make you suffer. Guys, I'm going to say something really bad. Hey, it's 4:33. I've missed... no, we haven't even started reading anything. We're about to read Bobbiedots 1. Let me... Hold on. Let me increase the OST's volume and lower it for me. Okay, that should be good. Well, switching songs now, but... No. We weren't hacking your computer. How much does it cost at a screen? We mainly do those for the silly surprise streams. We're not doing them for today, really. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna incur. I'm not even. I was like, oh, maybe we'll do it, but because this is a low effort stream, but like this isn't taxing my computer. Okay. Gregory's a turkey man. GGY confirms it. That is honestly how a lot of people have been treating some of the recent FNAF stuff. Is like, this one line acknowledges that Balthasar the Great had hair on his chin, and the main character of this Tales from a Pizzaplex book has hair on his chin. Therefore, this is all an analogy, etc. Like, I just made that up. I don't even know why I went to Balthasar the Great, but I have not actually read Bobbiedots other than a summary. I know what's loosely in it, but I have not read Bobbiedots conclusion or GGY or actual Bobbiedots 1. Alright, let's just get into it. I will be checking chat as I go. Caught in a loop? That is a good question. I'm not sure. Okay, let's just read it. Even the greener grass has weeds. Abe smiled at the memory of his mother's words. Of course she had to pop into his head now. She always did whenever he was covering something he didn't have. Or whenever she was coveting something he didn't have. This is the stream that's going to reveal I suck at reading. That's the real reason I don't like reading the books. Definitely, guys. That's totally the reason I don't like the books, and not any reasons with my struggle with candidacy and what's real and what we should care about. Dots? Like dots? This shows us the real meta-disorient meaning is actually meaning we don't exist. Okay. We're just going to be reading the short stories that people care about, pretty much, which are Bobbiedots 1, Bobbiedots 2, and GGY. And Abe was definitely coveting. Big time. Emitting fingernails on chalkboard-like screech, Abe's vinyl desk chair protested that as he leaned back further and further to get a better view of the Fazplex tower. The narrow window of his desk in the Pizzaplex security office revealed just the tiniest sliver of the tower. But this sliver was enough to distract Abe from what he was supposed to be focused on. Abe had a pile of work orders to get through, and he was trying to pay attention to an online leadership class. But he couldn't get his gaze off the tower outside his window. Sun glinted on his sleek silver Sun glinted on the... That's an annoying phrase. Sun glinted off the sleek silver frame and the shiny glass of the 40-story... 40 stories?! I was in a recently tall building just for a little bit, and I was like at the 6th floor looking out, and I'm like, holy shit! A girl having blonde hair is basically now, is that Elizabeth? That is one of my frustrations. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, all the Fazbear Frights all the Freddy's books, I think, are good. My struggle is what's canon, what's relevant, what are we supposed to pay attention to, and all that. Ginger, that's the other thing, is I don't agree that, like, she is blonde and silver eyes, and then she has a slightly different hair color in the games where it's like, it's kind of blonde, kind of not. Okay. Abe sighed as he tipped over. He wanted to live in the Fazplex tower so badly it was larger than life to him. Abe sighed as he tipped his chair upright again. He glanced around at the familiar office. Compared to the greener grass of the majestic tower, his room was a weed-infested wasteland of yellowed scrub. The gray-painted walls were decorated only with the Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex logo and a few curling Freddy Fazbear security posters. A couple of beige bulletin boards hung beside him, covered in a disordered mishmash of notices and reminders. The floor's carpet, a slightly lighter shade of gray than the walls, had a star-patterned motif, but the stars did little to enhance the space. The desks, filing cabinets, and shelves in the office were all black metal. Nothing about the office was comforting or inviting, but as it was, for the moment, it was the only real home Abe had. Yellow orange, yeah. Pigtails. Pringle hair's red hair. It's the name. I'm waiting for DLC girl to have blue eyes or something, and people were like, oh my god, it's a parallel to Circus Baby. The DLC girl's a robot version of Elizabeth Sullivan. Fazplex Tower. Wait a minute. Chica is yellow and orange, just like Elizabeth's hair? This tells us a lot about society. I love the focus on... Okay. The floor is... Okay, yeah, I read that. Abe returned his attention to his computer screen. As he tried to focus on the online lecturer's words and the work orders he was supposed to be getting through, the image of his mom's sweet, round-flecked face filled his mind. Yet, she'd had such a hard life, his mom. She was only 43, and she was in long-term care with it. She was only 43, and she was in long-term care with degenerative illness. Still, she had never complained, and even though she had been married to a man who had made her life as miserable as possible, because he was only trying to get to green grass, he thought his two sons were trying to get there too. Oh, he taught his two sons it. Hey, are you done for the day, Abe? Abe paused the lecture and looked at the room. His colleague and closest friend, dark-skinned and dark-haired and ridiculously handsome, Rodin, who was also tall and fit, and also the writer Self-Insert, had a big white tooth smile and was a magnet to nearly every woman who saw him. The smile was aimed at Abe now. He was able to resist the magnetism, but he still found the smile contagious. In spite of his wistful mood, he grinned and looked at his friend, and shook his own pasty red-haired, not of any kind handsome head. Is this a revenge story, secretly? I mean... pictures aren't even real. I love the obsession over hair color in the chat right now. How should Abe sound? I don't really know much about Abe's character other than he's like guy who works and kind of breaks into Fazbear's, and he ends up meeting the Bobbiedots, which are like maids, or work robots. I still have a stack of things to get through. I tapped out his work orders. Rodin smiled diminished for a nanosecond. Well, we'll be all at L shifts. You remember Nellie's birthday, right? Abe nodded, even though he had completely forgotten. Sure. Flushing because of this lie, Abe looked down at his work. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that Rodin had a fuss with his longish hair. Rodin was not aware of his good looks, but Abe didn't hold that against him. God, is Rodin just like... Oh, is the music getting too loud? This is how... How did he think Abe Lincoln sounds? I don't know. Abe is actually short for a Liz Abeth. She's canonically possessing him. Is that in Ginger? We don't know. Probably not, though. Here, I'll put it one notch up because I put it 2 notches down. Let's try 6. You haven't come to the crew in weeks. Oh, that's... You haven't come to the crew in weeks, Rodin said. I don't know why I'm giving him Rust's voice, but okay. What's that? What's up with that? Abe shook his head. Sorry, I don't know. I've just got a lot. You coming, Rodin? You coming, Rodin? We're waiting. She also has that same voice, I guess, now. I can't do female voices. Abe recognized this. It belonged to Carol, who worked with ad offices. He didn't know her well. He didn't want to. She was loud and pushy, but at least she'd spared him the strain of coming up with a believable story as to why he never out without. But at least she spared him the strain of coming up with a believable story to why he never went out with his friends anymore. I just realized the narration I'm doing is basically an impersonation of the Beyonder from Moon Girl and Devil episode. I was not consciously doing that at all, but I'm gonna keep it up because I like doing it. Coming! Rodin called back. He gave Abe a long look. Don't work too late. Abe didn't reply because Rodin strode out of the office before the people who shared the space trailed after him. Abe was now alone in the big, dingy room. The computer screens on the desk glowed with the overhead fluorescent lights on. The electronics were now Abe's only company. He tapped his keyboard and started the lecture again. He forced himself to focus on the work orders. Why are these scaled so big? Whoa, chat exploded for a second, like I looked over. Make it louder, I want my eardrums to explode. The Ultimate Guide is way too overrated right now. I think it's way more reliable than the Encyclopedia, even if it isn't complete. I dare you make me louder for 10 seconds. Are you happy about this? I turned and winked at Miss Apple. 4-second path plus. I don't know what that is. God, we're still on the ginger thing. Now we're on emojis. Oh, you don't mess with them. Yeah. Don't tempt me. I will do shit like this. Abe's soft-soled shoes slapped thin, beige, industrial-grade carpet at a shuffle-tapped cadence as he continuously negotiated the back halls of the Pizzaplex. Oh, okay. Never mind. I read that a little weird, but... Why are we screaming? I'm freaked out. It was nearly midnight, but now the Pizzaplex was mostly deserted. Just a couple of guards patrolled the complex. So this is definitely, if this is canon, this is definitively before Vanessa shows up because she's the one who overrides the Pizzaplex. Tito, welcome. Guys, I have brown hair and brown eyes. I think I might be Charlie, guys. That is canonically how some people treat the franchise now, and I don't like it. For the most part, they stayed in public areas. Even so, another guard monitored the video feeds on the main security viewing room, so Abe had to be careful to avoid cameras positioned throughout the Pizzaplex. Electronic eyes were everywhere, and even in employee areas. Not for the first time, Abe shook his head at how bland the back areas of the Pizzaplex were. The public areas of the entertainment complex were all about color and bright lights. Neon pulsed everywhere. Everything was painted with some eye-boggling vibrant hue. Back here, even though it was all subdued, varying shades of gray paint on the walls joined the beige carpet with a canvas of dome. But at least there were fewer cameras back here. That was what made it possible for Abe to do what he'd been doing for nearly 2 months now. Abe worked his way through the halls of the labyrinth, and he finally reached his destination, the trash collection area behind the main dining room. There, in a dark brown and only mildly smelly dumpster, is what he was looking for, his dinner. Wow, this took a turn. I just had my ears pierced. Good job, Tito. So I won't get us ice cream. I won't. Eye color is important, don't get me wrong, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I responded to things that are actually changing. Okay. Okay. So, Abe pushed aside Piper cups, shifting through a stack of half-eaten pizzas, rejecting the pieces he has already taken a bite from, or that had bites taken from them. Abe finally snagged 2 relatively untouched pieces of sausage and sun-dried tomato pizza with a disposable pizza pan. Pulling out the paper towel he had plucked from the men's room, he had transferred the pizza onto the towel and scurried down the hall. I'm just imagining him like on all fours like a rat, like he had plucked from the. He scurried down the hall, unmonitored corners. Sinking to the floor, he curled his lips at the sun-dried tomatoes. He carefully plucked them off the pizza and bit into the first cold slice. The shiny fat on the pizza in the cookboard sausage had congealed, and its texture wasn't pleasing, but beggars couldn't be choosers. At least these were whole pieces of pizza. Jesus, how good is... Everyone had this meme that, like, pizza was terrible at Freddy's for, like, so long in the community. Is it really that bad? Because, like, this dude's like, fuck yeah, pizza! Rotten, cold pizza that's barely intact from the day. When Abe first started working at the Pizzaplex, he loved pizza. Having pizza every day was the perk of his job. Now, not so much. Pizza wasn't as good when it was your only choice. Chewing slowly, okay, so he doesn't actually like it that much, but he did love the Pizzaplex pizza at the first point. The rot makes it tastier. Pineapple pizza is good? Yeah, I do. I do like pineapple on pizza, but I'm also a freak who doesn't like cheese, so my opinions are kind of invalid on this topic. Freddy's Pizza have bear meat in them, which is why they went extinct. Bear meat is tasty, trust me. Can we go to McDonald's since we can't have ice cream? No. Don't make me pull this car around. We won't get to GGY. People keep asking for ice cream. Just imagine the FNAF cookbook having like a little cake recipe that would reveal lore. It would be hilarious if there was a sponge cake that was like called Castley Cake, and it wasn't like a golden sponge cake. That would be hilarious. It wasn't that long ago, but it felt like forever. Abe had a dream to work in the Pizzaplex. He just planned to be an entrepreneur like his dad. Abe's dad hadn't yet succeeded in any of his business ventures, most of which were bordered on shady, but Abe had been sure that he would be able to do better. He'd figured that he had the best of his dad and mom. Like his dad, he was a big dreamer and had vision. Unlike his dad, however, Abe actually cared about other people. He just didn't want to make money. He wanted to do good in the world, just like his mom. Until she had gotten sick, his mom had been the house cleaner. Her whole life, she'd clean up the houses of people who had money, the kind of money that Abe was always dreaming for, and failing to get. But she was okay with that. She said her work made life better for other people. Abe liked that idea. He wanted to do that, but he also wanted to be happy and comfortable. Although his parents didn't have any money to get Abe through college, Abe had mad tech skills. He was self-taught and good. And now he was taking online classes and needed to get the promotion of team leader. That promotion could turn his life around. Abe was gnawing on the last piece of pizza when he heard a clink about 30 feet away. He looked quickly at his watch. He swallowed the last of his pizza and stood scurrying down the hall. He'd cut it close. The sound he had heard was the approach of one of the guards. I don't know what the hell this voice is dissolved into. I want a cheeseburger for some Royale now. Imagine McDonald's making Five at Freddy's toys for the movie. I could actually see that. Seriously, I don't get why Scott didn't let Cat. That's okay. We're still on the goddamn Elizabeth Hare thing. Why are we still on this topic? Baby daddy gingers don't exist. Why are we still on gingers? Elizabeth can't be ginger because gingers don't exist. Okay. It makes about as much sense as like the Greek mythology thing. Okay. Abe weaved his way through the halls and venues and ducked behind a tunnel exit for Roxy Raceway. He paused and listened. He didn't hear anything. The security guard was taking his sweet time. Although the back hallways of the Pizzaplex were all dimly lit, the area was relatively bright. The pink and purple neon lights of the miniature raceway spilled over the metal floor tiles of the behind-the-scenes area. Abe easily worked his way beyond the row of junk cars and a couple stacks of engine parts. On the other side of the pile of crates, he ducked his... Am I becoming the Tick now? I will allow that hearing message. Oh my god, every now and then I look over to chat, and it's still on the Elizabeth Hare thing. Abe dropped to his knees and crawled through the opening. Abe ended up inside the tent-like enclosure of the rubber Abe ended up in the tent-like enclosure of rubber that had sheltered what Abe was hoping for not longer would be his bedroom. Abe scooted into his sleeping bag and checked to be sure the cardboard box next to the bag still contained the clothes and toiletries he'd stashed it in. He didn't really need to check it. The sleeping bag hadn't been disturbed since there was no one relatively there. His hidey hole was still a secret. Abe searched out the top of his lumpy sleeping bag and inhaled the familiar sense of rubber and motor oil. He was tired, but he also was wired and tense. These past days, he was always tense. That's what being a homeless person did to him. That's what being homeless did to a person. You never felt safe and secure, especially if you were camping inside a place like the Pizzaplex. Although Abe's job included servicing many of the Armstrongs in the Pizzaplex, he wasn't a big fan of robots. Roxanne Wolf was one of his least favorites, and her raceway was her lair. Supposedly deactivated at the time of night. Supposedly deactivated by this time of night. Roxy probably wasn't any kind of threat, but a couple of weeks ago, Abe had been heading towards his hidey hole and got a glimpse of Roxy stopped to pass one of the doorways in the raceway. It freaked him out. Since then, he's been on more edge than usual. For me, 6 p.m. So, do you use Handy, or do you just chat out? That is a good question. How would my PNG tuber eat? I have toyed with what Sire Squawks' like the avatar's hands look like. I imagine they're like cartoon, like they're kind of like Clubber, where they just kind of work. They don't really make sense. Like I don't think we would ever see his body, even if we saw his hands. Scott can monetize the crap out of you. FNAF made photos on home. Nearly 0. Guys. Dude, Rocky just winked at me. Abe listened for several seconds, assured himself that he was still alone. Satisfied, he pulled out his laptop so he could write his daily email to his mother. Hey, Mom, did you have a good day today? Did you get the lemon jello that I left you? Or was it the cherry that you ate? I'm doing great. Or he didn't leave the jello, whatever. I'm still taking classes. The promotion here is going to be mine soon. I'm all settled into my cozy room for now, ready to sleep. Wish you were together so we could watch a movie. Love you. Abe. Abe's son. He didn't like lying to his mother, so we thought of this as Ben telling the truth. His room was as cozy as he could make it. The only thing that made these emails possible is their mother's dementia keeping her from asking too many questions. Jesus, that's dark. That is the darkest line so far. Oh my god, we're still on the ginger thing! I keep looking over, hoping for the topic to change. And it is still going! I'm gonna take a sip of tea. He tried to clear his mind so that he could go to sleep, but as often as he did, his mind meandered down the road that had led to this rubber and closed down. A year before, after several failed online business attempts and several more dead-end jobs, Abe had landed his current position at the pizza place. Getting the job was a feat, especially since he had none of the credentials required for the job. Accustomed to doing whatever it took to get what he wanted, a talent from his dad, Abe had faked his resume. Although he felt a little bad about lying, he didn't think he was doing anything terrible. After all, he had every necessary skill to do the work. He just got those skills in some ways employers would have dismissed as irrelevant. Unfortunately right now, after Abe got the job, his mom was diagnosed with early onset dementia. Within weeks, the dementia had taken. You could kind of cut this paragraph. The bank had closed the house, and the mom ended up in long-term care. By then, Abe's dad was long gone. Yeah, you can keep this part. But we already know she has dementia, but okay. That's just a little writing quirk that bugged me. Is the music still too loud? It's like the perfect volume for me. Let me lower it a tiny bit there. When Abe had gotten this job, he felt like he was going places. And then Abe's whole salary had started going towards his mom's care. And when that was gone, he ended up here, in a makeshift tire hut, living on discarded pizza and playing hide and seek with security guards every night. I'd rather talk about genders. I think Foxy's a girl. That is better than the hair topic, I will say. Michael possessing a bathroom? Of course that was a debate Reddit Discord had. My god, I feel like the further you stray from actual Reddit, the more insane the theory circles get. Honestly. Like the Freddy Fazbear kind of Twitter space is fucking insane. r/FNAF theories, which is like the subsidiary theory Discord, like not Discord, Reddit area, is always filled with nonsense. And like Reddit Discord is noticeably crazier than Reddit itself. I don't know why that is. What is life anymore? That's a good question. I'm stuck on here. What is FNAF? That is a good question. That's part of why we're reading this. 'Cause I want to know if GGY really just is as blatantly important as some people are making it out. How long is this short story? I'm trying to read through it decently quick. If Abe could just hang in a little longer, he'd be moving into that tower. The lower 20 floors of the tower has for Fazbear corporate offices, but the upper 20 floors were filled with high-tech apartments. The top half of the tower will also include common areas for parties, state-of-the-art gym, a rooftop swimming pool, and a hot tub. All of this reserved for people who had held higher-level positions at the Pizzaplex. These lucky people got to live rent-free in that tower. Damn! Damn, modern Freddy's, like, gives the shit. That is awesome. Let's all commit arson? Not sure about that. Okay, I'm gonna move some stuff around on my desk. So, when MatPat solves FNAF, will you stop existing? I'm not sure MatPat will be the one to solve FNAF, to be honest. Do they have real women? I don't know. By the way, Tito. Could it be arson? Oh no. No. Not the arson. I mean, if you keep it within FNAF 4, we might be able to save ourselves some lore trouble. Just, like, focus the arson there. We don't need the bite victim, right? Right? He can die in a grease fire instead of being bit by a bear. Oh my god, yeah, FNAF 1 and 2 will be 10 years old next year. Fucking Christ. Abe hesitated at the double doors leading out of the main lobby of the Pizzaplex. Rubbing his sore lower back, sleeping on the floor was taking a toll on his spine and joints. He listened. It was early, well before 6 a.m., and the Pizzaplex was hours from opening. The cleanup crew, which had worked in the pre-dawn hours of the morning, would be clocking in at any time now. The security guards usually took a break around this time. Okay, once again, this is our first kind of lore implication here. Roxy is deactivated at certain hours, which is not the case in Security Breach, which implies that Vandy is keeping the robots active longer than they're supposed to be. And also, Vanessa hasn't taken over the security guard system yet, which is the other interesting part of this. When nothing but silence met Abe's ears, and that's assuming this is all canon, which I'm still... I don't see any reason it shouldn't be canon right now, but... 20 people will solve it, and MatPat will come up with something completely different that makes no sense and claim to have solved it. Maybe. That happens every now and then. You couldn't afford a car. Okay. When nothing but silence met Abe's ears, he gently pushed open one of the doors. He looked right and left down the main hallway of the Pizzaplex. Although the neon signs and decor were lit up, a black and white checkered hallway was deserted, so as Abe knew it would be. This time of morning, the Pizzaplex smelled like bleach and floor polish. The acrid smell bit in Abe's nostrils as he stepped out into the hallway. Sidling sideways so he could stay in the blind spot between the trio of security cameras aimed at this area. Abe had studied the camera positions and watched video feeds for hours when he had first come up with the idea of living in the Pizzaplex. He was relieved to figure out the video coverage wasn't at all optimal. It was easy for him to find a variety of convoluted routes between his office, the dining room, his hidey hole, and where he was headed for now, one of the large men's restrooms. Abe began his series of zigs and zags. First, he skirted around the huge gold statue of the Pizzaplex's lead animatronic, Glamrock Freddy. The massive bear had a top head that held his microphone louder and lorded over the lobby. Once around the statue, Abe darted into several palm trees in place. He moved into the tree until he passed Neon Silent for Glamrock gifts. From there, he pressed himself against the wall and sidestepped past the entrance to the Pizzaplex's lounge, the Fast Pass. Finally, he pushed open the door to the restroom. The bleach smells were even stronger here, and Abe's nose tingled as the door was shut behind him. Hurrying to the nearest sink of a row of white sinks that lined the white tiled wall, Abe pulled out a battered vinyl toiletry kit. He dug around for what he needed and got to get himself ready for work. Abe had gotten ridiculously proficient at taking his spit baths, which is what they called showerless baths or bathing, cleansing the Old West. He liked to think of his daily routine of scrubbing himself with wet, soapy paper towels, and then with wet paper towel rinse seemed like a little pathetic and more adventurous. In a matter of minutes, Abe was satisfactorily clean and moved on to shaving and brushing his teeth. We're getting a lot of details of this. I mean, I guess that is what the story's about. Yeah, I guess that is what the story's about, so I don't think it's unnecessary. It's just interesting that we're going into such detail on this. Like, we haven't even gotten to the Bobbiedots yet. Do we know how long the story is? Okay, 89. Okay, here, let me duplicate this so I can see when Bobbiedots ends. Because we're on 89 right now. I just want to know how long this will be, and if I have to break this up into multiple streams, which is possible. So it should be stopped. It ends on 120. Okay, it's not that bad. I can get through that. Especially if I pick up the pace like I've been doing. Okay. Okay. Let's get back to this. It's 4. Okay, I have actually... Okay, let me back up some of it. Now we have to read the book's answers. This is a joke, everyone. Don't drink floor and bleach dumpster pizza. I'm back, you silly little squawkers. Santa isn't powerful, he just has the magic reindeer and elves. The 80s wasn't that long a time ago, to be honest. Post Santa was a pain. Everyone thought Mike Purge was a good theory. Well, that's 40s and 30s. What box bear? Well, I guess it's 4,000 pages. I've read a book that was 4,000 pages long. I've read Les Miserables, and that was... wait, is Les Miserables 4,000 pages? Am I thinking of that right? It was real long, though. I remember that. Will I do a lot of YouTuber boxing match against MatPat? Probably not. How tall is MatPat, actually? Because, like, height is a real big thing in boxing, and that might be the only advantage I could possibly get in a boxing match. Henry sucked up like father. Yeah, that's kind of true in the books. It's kind of unclear in the games. Just wait for the Bobbiedots to have their own part, mainly, because they just talked about the daily life. Okay. Santa Claus is getting fast. The reindeers. Okay, now we're on Santa Claus, apparently. I'm bringing this up because I'm making a video about how strong Santa is, and it's freaking insane. Honestly, yes, that's fair. If you, like, power scale, like, cryptids or, like, fantastical characters or people, they would all get very silly if you added up stories. Ironically, though, vampires get, like, weaker the more stories you add, because they get more weaknesses, typically, because vampires have, like, 1 billion weaknesses. It's like, if you spill a pack of salt, they'll have to count them all, or, like, grains of rice. If there's a running river before them, they can't cross it. If it's holy water, they can't touch it. It will burn them. A wooded stake also works on vampires, as well as werewolves also in some mythologies. A silver bullet, or silver weaponry in general, also works on vampires, because silver is considered holy, which is the same reason they can't be seen in mirrors. Yeah, Golden Freddy is mostly hacks, actually. Golden Freddy physically has basically nothing to do. Santa versus Goku. Intense power scaling matches. I actually decided, like, early Neon Dynamo was going to be power scaled very differently to what it ended up being. I toned it back a bit in some areas and toned other characters up. Welcome back, Tomfoolery. Werewolves, yes, we're on wolves and vampires now. Don't worry about it. How powerful do you think Santa is? That's the topic in chat right now. Okay, I need to read this fast. As you can say, what is that? Conscientiously? As he contagiously attended, each of his pearly white. His teeth were one of his best features, and he made sure he didn't need dental work that he couldn't afford. That's a fair line, actually. That's a great one. Abe stared at his image in the mirror. He bared his teeth to brush them, and his face sometimes looked more like his mom's than his own. His mom had a big smile, not unlike rodents. Rodents? Abe's smile showed a lot less teeth. He was shy and a bit lopsided. Abe got most of his looks from his mom. He inherited his mom's curly auburn red hair. She wore hers at shoulder length, but Abe kept his trimmed close to the head, and freckled complexion. He also had her blue eyes. Confirmed he is related to the girl who had figurines. His mom is that girl from FNAF 4. We solved the lore, boys! We did it! Blue eyes! Okay, sorry, that's... I thought I'd bring that up. I was waiting for someone to mention blue eyes so I can bullshit something like that. I believe MCI Dark Side, Tales of Elite, select number 21. Golden Freddy is raging. Raging conquest to stop all the pain. Chet Baron, Scream Trap. With strength that you just need. Canon. The girl who had like the toy Chica figurine is the mom of this kid, and yeah, whatever. That's the age. Actually, the age does line up. That's fucking weird. That's not. I don't think that's an actual lore connection. It just is funny that that could work in theory. Michael's eyes are blue in that one cutscene, but who knows if that's Ennard's eyes though. Michael is Susie, who is Toy Girl, who is also Abe. It all makes sense. Okay. Abe thought about his mom and how much she liked the yellow painted room in this case. Yellow painted back rooms. Her contempt helped him cope with his living situation. As long as he was able to take care of his mom, he never would be homeless at his heart. Just as Abe was tucking away all of his toiletries in the dock kit, the restroom door flew open. Abe quickly hid behind the kit behind his back and turned. "Abe, what are you doing here so early?" A short, balding man wearing a Pizzaplex team leader shirt asked. "Hey, Evan! Evan!" Nah, that's nothing. That's just a coincidental name. Just like back rooms. FNAF 3 takes place in 2023. That's kind of the only date we've ever. It's either 2023 or at the latest, it's 2033, I think. It's the latest date anyone's ever thought of for it. That or 2022 is also possible. Okay, where was I? I got sidetracked by my memeing and chat check. Yeah, he does have blue eyes in the death screen. We don't really know, though. Because, like, here's the thing. FNAF 1 and 2 are the most subject to, like, subtle alterations and subtle retcons and stuff, so who knows? Someone probably has legally changed their name to FNAF. Yeah, 2022 and 2023 are the most likely dates for FNAF 3. Hey, Evan. Abe was consciously guilty of flush that heated up of his cheeks. That came out right. He pretended to be nonchalant with a forced chuckle. That's probably a better question for you. I thought team leaders didn't have such early hours. Abe's deflection worked. Evan, one of the luckiest guys who got to live in the Fazbear Towers for free, laughed. That's true usually, Evan said. But I left early yesterday to catch my kid's hockey game. And I've got some catching up to do. I couldn't miss the game. One of our Bobbiedots taught my kid a new move. Evan laughed again. You should have seen him racing around our apartment cheering him on. They're such a hoot. Music stopped. Yes, I am. Please, I'm doing this for a stream. Bobbiedots? Oh wait, Bobbiedots? Abe asked. Evan started towards one of the stalls, but he paused. Oh, you didn't know? The tower's apartment security now have a holographic system. State of the art. Totally luxe. He continued onto the stall. Sorry, I need... sure. He hurried through to the restroom door, shifting his dop kit open, so Evan wouldn't see it. Have a great day! Evan called out as Abe left the room. I hope he doesn't appear more, because that voice will be bad for me if I try to have to do that a lot. Shaken by the close call, Abe retraced his steps to his hidey hole, and then he trotted to the lobby. Abe looked up through the glass ceiling overhead. The sun was rising, and just by tilting his head at the right angle, he could see past the golden Glamrock Freddy. Abe saw the top of Fazplex Tower. Soon, Abe thought, I'm gonna have one of those luxe apartments. Very soon. Soon. Hockey is canon in FNAF. Holy shit, guys. Where's Harold the Hippo in his goddamn game of hockey? I just remember there is actually a hippo character. That joke broke very quickly. Springtrap's arm has fallen off 3 times now. Nothing FNAF 3 does, like, being... Yeah, FNAF 3 technically doesn't count on being... Punch after he tried to kill him in the bedrooms. What do you think of MSSF? Squawks. I have no idea what that is. FNAF's anagrams and acronyms and all that are getting out of hand so quickly. Like, we shorten things so much that I'm like, what the hell are we talking about anymore? 2 hours into his workday, Abe got a call requesting that he report to the administration offices. His hand shaking as he hung up the phone, and he stood. Rodin looked up to his computer screen. Where are you going? I wanted an admin. Rodin leaned back into his chair and crossed his arms. Uh-oh. Why did you screw up? Abe shook his head. He didn't know. He'd never been called admin before. Was he being let go? What would he do if... Well, you better go, Rodin said. When admin says jump, it's best to jump. Abe waved to Rodin on his way out. He tried to tell himself that he was worried for no reason. He'd been getting good performance reviews. This was the way he thought he'd get a promotion, the way he wanted. The hallway widened as beige carpet gave way to plush red. I wonder if this carpet's canonically like a gradient or not. Whatever. That's a very dumb thing to observe. That's why... Okay. Colorful Freddy characters. We can skip that. That's not really important. Abe reached the end of the hall. He polished his carved wood double doors as he left his administrative office. Okay, why did our music stop yet? Okay. Let me refresh this. Hold on. Where's... There we go. Wait, where's... There we go. This is one of my favorite ones, though. Oh, hey! $4.99. Thank you for this entertainment while I cook. I've never read any of the stories, so this is exciting. Freddy's started in 1983. It closed in 1985, though. That's not correct. The Springlocks are decommissioned after 1985. After... Yeah, we don't know when the Springlocks are actually decommissioned, period, honestly. Thank you, Kayla, for the donation, by the way. Hope this is good for reading. No, Freddy's doesn't start in 1985. It closes its first location in 1985. Freddy's itself starts in 1983, and we don't know when Fredbear starts. Squawks, why isn't there a turtle animatronic? That's true, we need a protest. Kill them all. Kill anyone who doesn't make a turtle animatronic. I don't know why that's where my brain went to. Okay. Beyond the double doors, a young, slightly nervous reception looked up from the long narrow desk. Abe there. Abe nodded. The receptionist pointed down the hallway. Second door to the left. Abe gave her a nervous smile and went in the direction she'd indicated. Sweat trickled down his back as he stuck his head through the open door on the left. A gray-haired woman with pale skin and business suit looked up from a glass-top desk. Abe? Abe nodded. The woman gestured towards one of the 2 red plush chairs. Sit. Abe sat. The woman came around her desk and sat on the other chair. She held out a hand heavy with gold rings. Abe shook the hand. I'm Megan Waterman, the woman said. New director of personnel. Nice to meet you, Abe said. His mouth was dry, so he could barely get the words out. The new director. New directors often make cuts. Was Abe going to be one of those cuts? My predecessor apparently didn't like face-to-face with meetings, but I do, Margaret said. So I wanted to call you up here to speak with you directly. Okay? Abe squirmed in the too soft chair. Have I done something wrong? Margaret raised an eyebrow. Not that I know of. On the contrary, I called you in to tell you that the promotion you applied for is yours. Abe blinked, just to be sure that he had heard something right. She said, yes, she said promotion. Abe leaned forward. I thought the position wouldn't be available until... It opened up sooner than you expected. That's interesting. Margaret reached for the folder that lay on her desk. She flipped it open. I see you haven't received one of your certificates needed for the position. But you're enrolled in the requisite class, correct? Abe nodded several times. Excellent. Well, your job performance is superb, so we're willing to give you a promotion. I like how, no wonder his job performance is good. He lives at the place he works. Of course he's always going to be, like, on time and always stay late, because what's the difference for him, really? Yes, Freddy's does canonically open in 1983. This is inarguable. Only FNAF 2 is canon. Everyone knows only Mangle's quest is canon. Everything else is just filler. Shadow Bonnie can't be a Springlock failure victim because he is not a Springlock suit. The finger count is incorrect, and there's no explanation for why he would be Toy Bonnie. Fun factoid, though, this is a weird little thing I noticed. I actually got a Funtime Fox, like a complete Funtime Foxy, not a Mangle toy. I got a Funtime Foxy toy that's from the FNAF 4 sets. And it has 5 fingers, unlike the normal toy animatronics. And Mangle actually in-game doesn't have 5 fingers. I just thought that was interesting that they reused... I think they reused Springtrap's mold for the hand and just colored it white. There is loose proof for FNAF 1's years because AR has cut dialogue that goes on and on about how much shit happened in 1993. It's like, the most dangerous position for a security guard was 1993. And there's like other, and it has a few other things like, did you know that pizza was extremely booming in 1993, etc., etc. Like, it goes on about that year a lot. And that year has no significance if it's not the year FNAF 1 happens, pretty much. Yeah, I think we're going to get some weird explanation for the shared animatronic someday. Goodbye, Mod Planet. Okay. I wonder if the Bobbiedots killed the person he's replacing. Congrats, Abe. Margaret offered out her hand again. Abe shook it. He grinned. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I won't let you down. I'm sure you won't. Margaret escorted Abe down the door of her office. Go back to reception. Peggy will get you set up with your team 2 leaders badge, and he'll fill you in on the next steps. Thanks, Abe said again on his way out. He practically floated out of Margaret's office. For the next hour, Abe was caught up in the next steps. But finally, he was able to head to the Fazbear's Tower administration office. Abe didn't so much walk into the burgundy plush carpeted office as he sailed in. He was so over the moon about getting the promotion, he couldn't stop grinning. The administration offices of the tower were everything Abe would have expected them to be. In addition to carpet that felt like it was cuddling his feet, the offices were filled with rich, bright colors, primarily yellow and burgundy, shining through the chrome light fixtures, gleaming dark wood panels and furniture, crystal clear, huge windows that looked over the Pizzaplex. A petite blonde who wore a dress... Blonde? Vanessa?! A petite blonde who wore the dress that matched the decor on a stool along the company. Can I help you? Can I help you? Jen asked. Hi, Jen. I'm Abe Throyer. I came here. I was just named Team 2 leader, and I'm here to get my apartment assigned. Jen flashed a big smile. Congrats, Abe. She checked the pink painted nails on the keyboard. Let me see here. There you are. I'll just oh, what? Jen chewed her lower lip and twisted her mouth. Hey, I'm sorry, but there aren't any apartments available right now. None? But I thought the tower had an apartment for every high-level Fazbear employee at Fazbear Entertainment. Mine's in a new position, so why isn't there an apartment for me? Well, there is one apartment empty. Good. Okay, so there's no problem. Well, what? Jen looked at her screen again. The problem is the empty apartment is off limits. What does that mean? Jen frowned. It means the apartment can't be assigned. For how long? Jen checked her screen. She made a regretful face. Indefinitely. Some of Abe's fizz went flat, but not all of it. He went on the computer. What's wrong with the apartment? Jen shrugged. Doesn't it say? Abe persisted. Jen looked at the screen again. It just says off limits. But why? Jen shrugged again. I'm really sorry. I don't know. She looked at Abe. She must have seen his frustration because she gave him a sympathetic look. The apartments in this building are really high tech. My guess is that some of them might have glitches in them. Well, if that's all it is, I can handle that. I'm pretty tech savvy. I'm pretty sure I can fix whatever's wrong. Jen frowned and shook her head. Oh no, that wouldn't be allowed. If the system says the apartment's off limits, I can't allow you to move in, no matter what. I really am sorry, but Jen shook her head hard. I'm really sorry, truly, but I have to go by what the computer says. Abe didn't care what Jen's computer said. Abe had gone past insurmountable obstacles than words on a computer screen. His whole upbringing had prepared him for this moment. Are we? 292. Jesus Christ, this is long. Off to sleep. Goodbye, Daredevil. Yeah, I do also have issues with Molten MCI. That's actually one of the videos I'm working on. Phone guys calls him F3 imply that William took Spring Bomb 8 to kill kids. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, GGY will be a while. So I wouldn't be worried about missing it for 15 minutes. This book's real long relative to what I... Like, doing a voice for it all makes it long. FNAF 2 is like... Yeah, FNAF 2 right now is the least important game for, like, events that happen in FNAF 2. It gives us a lot of context about things that happened prior to FNAF 2, and even foreshadow stuff that will happen after, but, like... FNAF 1 at least has, like, the Springtrap scene happen in it, technically, which makes it more important chronologically, but... Who knows? I would say FNAF 2 is probably the least important game right now, in terms of, like, things that happen in FNAF 2's location. I'm gonna try to get through them. He turned red and rushed back into the office. Jen, he said as soon as he answered, someone is at the main door for you. There's a couple dozen roses. He may need your signature. Jen's eyes lit up. Roses for me? Jen stared at the counter. Her shoulders slumped as she looked around. I'm not supposed to leave the desk. Abe shrugged. I'm not in a hurry. How about I man the desk for you while you get your flowers? I'll just tell anyone who needs you that you'll be right back. You do that for me? Sure. Jen looked around. Then she smiled at Abe and hurried around the counter. I'll make it quick, I promised. Take your time, Abe said. Please. Abe willed Jen to walk away very slowly. Jen giggled. You're really nice. So I've been told. Abe winked at her. Jen waved. Okay. I'm going to try and skip lines that for Jen. As soon as Abe was out of sight, Abe raced around the corner and looked at her screen. She hadn't logged out. Good. Keeping her eyes on the door, Abe pulled the keyboard forward and typed quickly. Thankfully, it just took a few seconds to change the apartment's status to active. Once he did, Abe attempted to insert his name into the tenant spot. The computer, however, wouldn't let him do that. It wouldn't let him change the name Landon Prout, which is apparently superglued into the system. Abe frowned and tapped more keys. Although Landon's name was stubbornly into place, this game prompted resync WorkPass to apartment access card. Abe clicked yes. The screen prompted scan WorkPass. Abe glanced around and spotted a handheld scanner. He put his own WorkPass in and scanned it. The screen immediately flashed WorkPass access synced, generating security clearance badge. 3D printer, prints the badge, Abe brushed her. The delivery guy didn't wait, she said. She sighed. I miss him. I'm really sorry we won't have an apartment for you. I understand, it's okay. Jen waved as he left the office. Striding down the hall back to the apartment's entrance, he looked at his new security badge and card. Okay, so the key card itself technically wasn't for Abe's apartment, but the apartment was off limits to everyone else, and Abe now had the credentials to occupy it. That was all he needed for the moment. What the fuck is with the music? Please continue playing! It takes me a second to notice because I think it's just the next thing loading. Abe had gone to work several hours right after he got in the palace. His first day as team leader and getting used to his new duties kept him occupied all day. Even so, he never stopped thinking about the apartment waiting for him. He couldn't wait to see it. In spite of his eagerness, Abe had to wait almost until midnight before he could see his new digs. It wouldn't be safe for him to retrieve his belongings from his hidey hole until then. It was even later that he finally got into the elevators of the 22nd floor for the tower. From the numbering system, Abe could tell that his unit was on the far end of the long hall. No problem. Privacy would help him pull off his unofficial occupancy of the unit. The same thick carpeting was in the administration offices cover the hallway floor. The carpeting was great and cut down the noise. The walls looked soundproof too. The lower wall had polished wood wainscot. The woven burgundy and silver fabric stretched from the wood trim all the way to the gray ceiling. I'm going to have to read this quickly because holy shit. We're going to be here all day if I have to read this entire thing like in that normal pace. Halfway down, a couple of women exited the apartment laughing. Fully dressed for the party, they came down the hall, which wore chatting happily. When they spotted him, they both smiled. "Hey," one of the women said. Abe shifted his belongings to the box he had in his sleeping bag. "You're not the woman." They hurried past him and watched him go. He wished he could have been friendlier. It might have been fun getting to know the woman who headed off to party after midnight. But after Abe's charade at work, he was going to keep a low profile. The computer might see Abe as Landon Prout, but he wasn't Landon Prout. He couldn't cause any problems or draw any attention to himself no matter what. Abe's keycard had worked. One click and the apartment 2217 had unlatched. Abe pushed the door open with his foot and stepped into his new place. The door closed behind him. Abe set his sleeping bag and box on the floor. Abe looked around and smiled. The apartment wasn't huge. In one sweeping glance, Abe was able to take it all in, but it was his. A small tile entryway edged along the central living area that consisted of the sitting area, a kitchen area, and the dining area. The dining area opened up and the office to his left side, and there was an office to the left side of his apartment. And the sitting area opened up to a bedroom on the right side of the apartment. From where Abe stood, it looked more like the bedroom had an ensuite bathroom. The apartment had high ceilings. Abe guessed they were about 12 feet high. It made the apartment look more spacious than it was. The apartment's design contributed to the larger feel as well. None of the rooms in the apartment were completely closed off like normal rooms. Only the bedroom had walls that went to the ceiling, and the upper half of those walls were made of glass. All the other areas in the apartment were separated from one another with short half walls. Like partitions in offices, the half walls looked like they covered sound dampening fabric. In light gray, they were framed with chrome. Each half wall was topped with a glass screen that was also framed in chrome. The screens extended about 4 feet above the half walls and were topped by 6-inch wide chrome shells that were etched into the swirly design. Abe thought they looked cool. Very important line. What are we talking about in chat? Let me take a look over into that. We're on a... Yeah, Bobbiedots 7 technically happens in FNAF 2 from what we can assume, but we don't know. Yendo, Mangles, the one that moves. Toy Chica, or Mangle is sort of a toy, even though he has the Funtime Foxy preference. FNAF, okay, importance of FNAF 2, that's what's going on. Yeah, I agree with the general sentiments that the DCI happens and so does the bite, but neither of those are super important anymore. Like they were when FNAF 2 came out, because that was like one of the only other important events, but whatever. The apartment's decor was minimalistic in the extreme. The white walls were bare, save for a large flat-screen TV on the sitting area wall. The granite kitchen countertops were white and bare as well as were the glass-top tables. The dining room, coffee table, and end tables were all of a similar style. The plush gray tweed furniture had low square lines, and the chrome light fixtures were starkly modern. Some might have called the space harsh, but Abe didn't mind its simple lines. At least it was neat and clean, and his, sort of. Abe took another step. As he did, the nearest glass wall rising up from the partition of the edge of the sitting area lit up. A bright-faced holographic girl with what looked like hot pink pigtails popped up. Abe realized now that what Abe realized now was a see-through computer screen. I said both he and she for Mangle, because that is canonically how they're referred to. Yeah, I am loosely paying attention every now and then. The DCI, as in, like, the second group of killings, definitely happens in FNAF 2's location. That's inarguable. Because we see the toy animatronics in that building. So, there is some murder that happens in the FNAF 2 building, regardless of whether it's before or after the game, which is somewhat debated. And it's definitely separate from the MCI, because we know that William lures them all into the back room, and they're never seen again, which is what the incident is. Unlike the DCI, where it's like just a slaughter fest around the building. They are fundamentally different events from how they're described and pitched and, like, explained. People think she's a toy because she's in the roster of the toy animatronics. And that is how he's presented, and there's no reason for us to not think that. MCI is in 1985. That is the only date we've ever been given for it. We are reading the first Bobbiedots book, so we have context for the second book. Honestly, the whole, like, phone guy says summer job while it's November in-game, I think is just an error. I don't think Scott thought that through. I think Funtime Foxy is just like a separate character in the brand from normal Foxy. And they just are used in different locations. And also, Scott doesn't like having double prefixes. So, like, you notice how there is no, like, Withered Toy Freddy, because that would require two prefix name, or two preface names, which Scott doesn't do. It is Toy Freddy, like Toy Bonnie, Withered Freddy, Withered Bonnie. There is no, like, Withered Golden Freddy, it's just Golden Freddy. Because Golden is already a preface. Anyway. Hi, the girl said. Her voice was sweet and high-pitched, like a perky cheerleader. Hi. Abe stated the girl. Realized she wasn't exactly a girl, or at least she wasn't exactly human. She was an AI interacting with him, so it felt impolite to call her, though she was merely digital. You're cute, the girl said. What's your name? I'm 3. Abe didn't answer the girl. 3. He was too busy staring at her. 3 wore a gray and white bell-bottom body suit striped with hot pink and hot pink as her long pigtails. She had a large heart-shaped face with an unnaturally huge hot pink cat-like eyes. Her arched brows were the same pink as her hair, as well as were the large oval spot on her forehead and a large circle on top of her head. Her bow-shaped mouth with a small protrusion must have been her nose, which was the same color. Her pigtails, which more resembled streams of pink light than actual hair, were topped with hot pink and gray bows. Don't you talk? 3 asked. I thought all humans talked. Even if you didn't talk, I think we'd have some kind of sign language or something. I'm not sure how you'd be able to do that, but I'm sure I can talk. You just surprised me, is all. 3 giggled, and the neon pigtails danced around her face. You surprised me too. We haven't had any visitors in a while. 3 waved a gray hand. Oh, never mind about that. What do I call you? My name's Abe. Hi, Abe. That's a good name. I like it. 3 suddenly winked around, swinked out. Abe blinked and looked around the neon clear glass. Shaking his head, Abe walked into the kitchen. Abe had been thinking about the apartment all day. He decided that the first thing he had to do was check the entire apartment, just to be sure everything was working clearly. If it had been closed off, something was wrong. Was Middle Elizabeth, I believe? I didn't even Middle Elizabeth. Yeah, we're still on part 1 because it's long. The short stories are not fast. Oh, Elizabeth being the middle child? It's possible. It doesn't really change much, honestly. It's not like her being younger or older changes her ability to die, for example. Like, that's the big thing with age in the series is there's a limits to what it actually affects. Okay. Maybe you could find whatever it was. Abe left his box by the door and headed into the kitchen. There, he checked all the appliances, the lights, and garbage disposal. All the amenities were working just fine. Abe moving into the office area. Abe was moving into the walking area when 3 reappeared in the hallway between the office and dining room. That's not my area, 3 said, but I'll make sure it's clean. That's part of what I do. I'm the diet and lifestyle Bobbidot. Abe turned to 3, who was stuck in a cutesy pose and twirling one of her pigtails. Bobbidot, he repeated. Abe frowned, trying to remember all the animatronic holographic characters he'd worked on. He didn't remember any Bobbiedots. Bobbiedots are life helpers. We're programmed to serve. 3 courtesied and deeply gave a wide pink lip. Aren't I adorable smile? Okay. Abe turned around to the office desk. It seemed to be functioning fine. He rotated back towards the kitchen and towards the sitting room. As he went, 3 popped up on glass screen to glass screen, capering after Abe like an eager puppy. Abe tried to all the light switches and lamps. My job is to manage the household. I'm in charge of cleaning, getting supplies like your groceries, and also I monitor your health. My health? You know, stuff like blood pressure, heart rate, blood sugar, all of that stuff. Abe wasn't sure how he felt about that. It was seemingly intrusive, but seemingly different from one of those wrist devices that had been similar. Abe stopped in the bathroom. He sat on the bed and bounced it a bit to be sure it was sturdy. It was. God, we're really being thorough with this. They could have just said he checked everything and then had this dialogue through it. Everyone says GGY is straight up canon. I really want to see that for myself. Everyone's just like, it's just canon. And I'm like, is it? The book technically isn't out yet. I mean, it just came out today. This is the first official release date, even with the leaks and all that. So I am very skeptical this book is like just de facto perfectly canon. We're on Bobbiedots 1. We're currently. I'm sure I will be convinced. Is the thing. I'm not going to pretend it has no chance of being canon. I just need to be really well convinced about it, because everyone's like, you will be convinced. And I'm like, really? What the hell is in that story where it's like, nope, there's no other ways working around? Because fucking everyone says that about like every book. It's like, sorry, seems Doctor Room 2. All your preferences are stored in my system. I'll make sure you have the best. Abe studied the medicine cabinet above a large square white sink. The cabinet was stocked with everything he needed. He wouldn't even require his own stuff that he retrieved from his hidey hole. Abe poked through the cabinet. He picked up a razor and shaving cream and toothbrush and toothpaste. He reached for a small glass bottle filled with something red. He peered into it, frowned. It was hot sauce. Abe opened the bottle. What's this doing here? He asked 3. 3 flipped through pigtails and struck a new jaunty pose. Abe noticed at the bottom of 3's shoes glimmered with bright as pink as her eyes. All the supplies are delivered to the holding area of our apartment, and from here, I programmed the distribution. I had placed it here because it's the best mouthwash. He cringed at the thought of actually pouring hot sauce and thinking it was mouthwash. It was 3 who continued to smile at him. Abe was beginning to see why this part was off limits. The hot sauce wasn't an obvious glitch in 3 programming, but wasn't exactly a red alert glitch. More of a yellow alert. Still. This isn't mouthwash. It's hot stuff. Is stuff like this why the apartment is off limits? 3 shrugged. Maybe so. Abe set them hot sauce. He stared at it for several seconds. I know about the arcade cabinets in Security Breach. I know that's why, like, that's the connection. But, like, little stuff like that has been focused on in other Fazbear Frights books and stuff like that. They've been expanded upon. But Shadow, for example, what's the name of the story with the like, rigged Shadow Bonnie game that the main character gets obsessed with trying to beat? That doesn't make that story inherently canon, and that isn't inherently what Shadow Bonnie is, just because they reference a detail from the games. I'm just saying that because I don't believe small details like that. Okay, firstly, Scott did not say they were canon. The description initially, when the tales were first revealed, was from the canon of the new games, but at some point, we're not really sure, it was changed on release to be uncharted corners of the series canon. So we don't know how canon or relevant they are. Hide and Seek, that's the one. I think. I mean, yeah, I guess all books are canon. Because they're all part of the Freddy's brand and, like, all that, but point is, what we mean is the same continuity. That's the stupid technicality the series runs on. Anyway. Mouth open, split down the middle. One of Abe's responsibilities as team leaders was training new employees. He yet to organize the system and recruits to speed. But there was an issue we couldn't pull off, so he used that as a teaching opportunity. Abe strode to the gleaming West Arcade, dodging excited kids, and gestured towards the stage with the human electronic JJ Music Man was using out. He raised his voice to be heard above the pings and whistles of the arcade games. Most of the time, Abe said to his new underling, Preston, DJ Music Man is in his booth. Preston was a quiet kid, not 20. According to Preston's resume, which Abe had been assumed to be more genuine than his own, Abe was definitely capable of performing maintenance tasks like the one he'd have to handle. Preston, though, wasn't exactly the picture of confidence. He was an outskated kid with shaggy brown hair. Looks like a spider, Preston said. I don't like spiders. Yeah, but just remember, he's the creation. We're the creators, you're in charge. Abe was lying through his teeth. He felt no more in charge of DJ Music Man than he did his brother Vic or his bosses. DJ Music Man had been unconcerned about Abe's Preston's or dislike. Yeah, they don't like the fucking spider. That's what I'm getting at. He continued to snooze his sound booth while Abe and Preston studied him. DJ Music Man did indeed look like a spider, a massive spider, nearly as tall as the room Abe and Preston stood in. DJ Music Man had a squarish head. Yeah, we know what DJ Music Man is. The teeth, we didn't skip this because we know what he looks like. Yeah, that is an accurate description of him. Yeah. Abe cleared his throat and looked down the hallway toward the freaky spider thing. When DJ Music Man is on the move, he hangs out in the tunnels. Abe gestured to the white metal tubes swirling with the night bright neon lighting. These lighting things are notoriously unreliable. That's why they're causing power overage and overload the circuits. One of your jobs is checking and rechecking the generators in this section. He looked at Preston to see if he was listening. Preston swallowed his heart of knowledge. Abe gestured for Preston to follow him through one of the tubes. These tubes are pretty convoluted, but you can get the hang of them. The first one takes you to the back hallway. Abe crawled on the tunnel and it spanned the whole floor. Is that a bathroom? Preston said. Abe nodded. It's okay if you don't need permission to be. Go ahead. Okay. He might as well use the bathroom too. I'm kind of skipping stuff now because this is going to be really long. The FNAF books are a bit unnecessary. I feel like if they were explicitly non-canon and had no connections, or like if they were like Silver Eyes, where it's its own continuity of reimagining things. Yeah. I think my main thing with the books right now is I just feel like there's such an unclear weight to put on them for importance or lack thereof. I have no idea how important a random short story will be until people like get early access to it or read it and are like, oh yeah, this one's important. And or this one's not important. This one has Fazgoo. And that's frustrating to me. I don't want to have to, like, not be so unclear. Yeah, the books are primarily just bonuses to me. I don't think... Logbook is the best thing to come out of this, in my opinion. The survival logbook, it's fun. It's like it's flexible for pretty much everyone. It has cool little lore bits. Like everyone can find a thing to look through for the book. It has a cool canon purpose and use. I think that's the best part. I think the Silver Eyes trilogy is good as a self-contained story, and I even think the Fright stories are good as self-contained stories. My frustration is just the weight placed on them to be this important, overhanging thing to have any connection, when I don't feel that's necessary. Everyone thinks the FNAF franchise is fundamentally changing, which to an extent it is, because it's not just Scott anymore. But I think that's the only real change at this point. Security Breach isn't that much further of a redesign and change than FNAF 2 had. FNAF 2's only real difference was that its gameplay was similar-ish to FNAF 1, and that its setting was still in the dark. I think the Security Breach's biggest weakness is that even though it is set in nighttime, it is very easy to see things, and it's very bright. I like the color, I just don't think it should be as... like, it is so easy to see everything. Why'd you tell me to be careful? Scraping, scuffling. Screamed as DJ casted by the leg. Thankfully, Abe was always tracking backwards. And the hand did have a good grip. Abe pressed and hugged the wall just out of reach. Both of them stared past the extended metal leg of the grinning face of DJ Music Man, who appeared in the bathroom menacingly. What do we do? Preston squeaked. We wait. They said stiffly. Why did he grab me? Rumor is that Music Man originally had some sort of experimental bouncer mode. Supposedly that was removed, but apparently the pre-programmer missed a few lines of code. DJ Music Man's hand explored the area for a long time, Preston didn't have any more questions. DJ Music Man retreated. For several seconds, Abe and Preston panted in unison. DJ Music Man finally disappeared around the corner. Does this job have hazard pay? Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with the books themselves, to be honest. Or the short stories. I think the only problem is that what people treat them as. I think them being treated as this alternate way to solve the lore is the most frustrating thing. And I think, I do think Scott just needed to be very clear. Like, Scott did just need to make those clear. I think that's honestly modern FNAF's my only issue is the dubious canonicity of the books. I feel like if Scott had written out clear rules for what we should pay attention to or how to view things, like he did with Silver Eyes, because Silver Eyes he said outright not same continuity as the game. These events don't physically happen, but there will be inevitable similarities between the stories because they are both Five Nights at Freddy's. So, as part of the same retelling of a story, there will be things that overlap. Anyway, Abe was beat. Okay, Abe entered his apartment and left the door fall closed behind him. He sat down on a box on the floor. When he moved into the Pizzaplex, Abe had hidden what few things he owned in various nooks and crannies in the huge Pizzaplex. It would take time to get them all and relocate them to his new apartment. He had started moving stuff the night before, but it had been late, so he needed some sleep. Abe was beat. He wasn't sure what he was going to do on this job. He wasn't sure he'd done his job well today either. Preston was so rattled that Abe couldn't have been at all surprised to find out tomorrow that he quit. Abe stepped towards the kitchen. The nearest glass panel lit up. Three, who was eating a large holographic sandwich, filled up the panel. "Hi, welcome home, Abe." The words came out as a garble. Oh wait. "Hey, welcome me, Abe." The glass panel came to life with more color and movement. Abe realized that he was looking at two more Bobbiedots. One Bobbidot was a dominant color of green, the other was blue. Oh my god. Everyone talked about FNAF being more kiddie or less kiddie and all that, and I don't agree. I feel like Security Breach is a lighter tone than the other games. I don't disagree with that. But is it truly less dark, honestly? Because FNAF's details and like scary parts have always been the lighting and atmosphere and the implications of events. I don't feel like there are that many missing implications in the Security Breach relative to other games. Especially if it was uncensored. I feel like if you had kept in lines about Gregory bleeding, even if we didn't see it, and if we kept in lines like Vanny trying to kill Gregory, I think it would have been just the same lines. I think those lines being removed are the only things holding back the game's darkness, in quotes. Because they're no more less or more dark than the other games. And I feel the same way with the books. Like, there are plenty of genuinely gory short stories from what I know. So I don't feel like they're, like, kiddie generation or, like, trendy. Honestly. Not by a long shot. I heavily disagree with that take. I completely disagree with that take. Are you talking about Ninjago? Because you're typing in Ninjago in the chat. Anyway. For heaven's sake, the green Bobbidot said. Her voice sounded like Three's, but it wasn't cutesy. Oh, let me redo that voice then. For heaven's sake. Oh. For heaven's sake. It was more like a spoiled brat sarcastic teeny pop. You know you can't eat. You're a hologram, you twit. Can't too. See, I'm eating. But you're... Never mind. The blue Bobbidot shoved Three aside. Hi, Abe. Sorry we didn't get to meet you every day. Three blocked us out. The Bobbidot also sounded like a teenager. Oh, okay. Three blocked us out. Her voice was even high. Okay. Hey, sorry, Abe. Fuck. I'm not gonna be able to do that voice. Is UCN... I mean, yeah, UCN is like has a lot more jokes in it, but also you have the vengeful spirit dialogue, which does not feel lighter toned. I just wanted to make sure you had everything you needed. You just wanted to have him all to yourself. Hi, Abe. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm 2, Little Miss Glutton over. Like Little Miss Glutton over here, my job is to help you out. You're not as useful as I am, 3 said. Like 3, 2 had two long pigtails. 2's were bright and neon green. She looked like 3, but her features were green, and she wore a pair of round gray glasses. A little taller than 3, 2 was sleeker too. She wore a bodysuit identical to 3's. 2 ignored 3's comment. She adjusted her glasses and continued to speak. I'm in charge of news and information. I'll help keep you connected to the outside world. I can answer any question to you and find any information you need. I'll also handle your notes if you like tasks or shopping lists. I'll introduce you to your schedule. I'll remind you of appointments and show off. 3 saw the sandwich. Flashed it brighter. Hi, I'm the one. I'm all about entertainment and media. That includes social media. I'll give you music and movie dates. Yeah, I like dates. They're good cookies. 1 rolled her holographic eyes. Her bright blue eyes were covered in headphones, which featuring straight up antennae that ended in blue glowing circles. She also wore a gray and white bodysuit. Okay, once again. God, okay. I'm really disappointed with what I'm seeing in chat about, like, Security Breach is... It's not as explicitly dark in some spots, but I'd be lying if I said it felt expressly kiddie. Because kiddie is a very different tone to me. Like, when I think of kiddie, I think of Paw Patrol. I don't think of what I think of Security Breach in that way. 1 and 2, better late than ever. Yeah, okay. What page are we on? 101. What page are we going for now? It's Ninjago. It's not Ninjajo. Oh yeah, Security Breach is not scary, but I'm saying it's not kiddie, per se. Like, it doesn't feel like it was... I feel like a lot of people try to say that, like, FNAF has been made more for kids, but I don't feel like it's really changed much. You're probably darn cute. Those freckles are to die for. I wish I had freckles. I don't really like my freckles. Nobody else in my family has them. I was shocked. He hadn't ever told anyone he didn't like his freckles. At least a girl. They just weren't really girls for some reason. For some reason, he felt comfortable with them. Maybe it was because they were just kind of holograms. Who said you have to look like everyone else? I'd call you moderately handsome. Wouldn't you, one? Absolutely. Just like the right amount of handsome. You're nice and tall, and you have a great smile. I think the freckles are endearing. Thank you. So what do you want to do for dinner? I'm still hungry. I'll eat with you. You're always hungry. Yeah, and you're always a show-off. Maybe laugh. I need a couple more boxes for my things, then I'll eat. Is there anything here to eat? The fridge and freezer are fully stocked. It's all stuff that the last guy ordered. If you don't like what's in there, you'll just need to tell me, and it will be delivered. I'll get it right to the place in the kitchen. Alright, let me finish moving things in. We'll go on from here. We'll be waiting! All the Bobbiedots are going to have the same voice. Yeah, Secure Breach is more like a moderately dark comedy rather than an atmosphere-driven spoopy fest. I would say that's the difference. Because FNAF still isn't really a slasher series even before that. Because slasher has a lot of tropes that FNAF doesn't really fit in. FNAF is a lot more of a like supernatural story to me. Even in games like Sister Location, which is very sci-fi, a lot of the core beats of that kind of like supernatural ghost story shenanigans still happen there. Watered down, I still don't agree. I think the only issue with Security Breach is that the lights are too intense. I feel like if you turn down the brightness on Security Breach drastically, but kept all the colors, it would look really cool. Because I worked in a mall briefly. I worked in a GameStop in a mall. And god damn, malls are weird when it's like 12 a.m. and it's all closed or like really late. Their atmosphere goes completely opposite. Other fun thing that's spooky about malls, their music never turns off. No matter, even if the mall is closed for the day entirely, the music's on permanent loop. You can never turn off the music in a mall, for whatever reason. I think it's like a cost-saving thing, because, I don't know, it's something weird. Yeah, you can turn in the brightness, but I mean naturally. It's not naturally that, like that. So, I feel like, yeah, exactly. When you turn down the brightness, the game does look way better. I think that's the main thing, but it's not naturally like that. That's not the kind of intuitive way. And I also think the mall is a tad too big. I think the scale does work to the overall experience. Okay, let me move on to the next page. 102. Because I think that is part of it, right? Because it's supposed to show how big Phasma Entertainment has gotten. Yeah, I don't think they were trying to make Security Breach less scary. I think they just made poor decisions that led to it not being as inherently, like... Because it's shown that I think because Security Breach has spookier moments, like the trash hallways and all that. So I think it really just was that they made poor decisions about what they thought was going to be scary, and it really wasn't. The animatronics being sentient isn't weird at all. All the fun times maintain their personalities and act like the characters are supposed to be, while breaking what those characters are supposed to do physically. Like, they still talk and act like those characters, they just aren't. So I don't find it weird that they are sentient acting, especially with a even further more development in time. I think the only issue with Security Breach is that they made it a little too bright, and the concept isn't as scary as other games. For the horror aspects, and I don't feel like it's more kiddie. Like, it doesn't feel like the game's bending over backwards to make it as like easy and like digestible as possible. It feels like it just kind of ended up being that way. About half an hour later, Abe had brought down three more boxes, and he was storing his belongings in the various drawers and closets from the apartment. The Bobbiedots were helping. Abe's new room was as stark as the rest of the apartment. Its furnishings consisted of a queen-size bed and a green padded headboard, which matched the bed's gray comforter. Two built-in nightstands that can't have... Okay. Out from the wall, one long dresser and one long narrow set of drawers. I think the shark should go in the second drawer, Two said. Top drawers should be reserved for papers and jewelry and the like. Who says? Two flipped through her pigtails haughtily. I have assessed multiple records and focused on optimal organization. And they agree that socks are best kept in the second drawers. You're just finding things that support your own ideas. Is this a conversation about theories? Is this honestly a conversation about how theories work? Ladies! Did you hear that? He called us ladies. He's a gentleman, quite elegant, and still cute. M shook his head and put his socks into the second drawer. He opened the battered suitcase and pulled out a few shirts. Three jumped from outside the bedroom glass to the glass next to the closet. The closet already has a lot of clothes. I think most of them will fit you. Abe read aloud. Landon's clothes were still there. Abe... Okay, so that's why this apartment was roofed. It's because Landon died, I think, is where we're going with this. Or... Because I know that there are the first generation Bobbiedots up on the upper floors. He did have nice taste, didn't he? Not the latest fashions according to my research, but a pleasant retro sort of thing. Abe agreed. Landon's closet was filled with slacks and vintage short-sleeved shirts, the kind that were worn untucked. Abe's own wardrobe mostly consisted of jeans and t-shirts. What would he look like in these clothes? Try them on, Three squealed. For once, I agree with her. Try them on. I think they'll please your potential dates. Yeah, why not? Yay! Abe pulled off his shirt. He balanced them when he turned and saw all the 3 Bobbiedots watching him. A little privacy, ladies. Sorry, party pooper. Shh. Oh, shut up, 2 said to 3. All the 3s winked off the screen. Abe tried on a pair of black slides. They were a little loose, but passable. He put on a red and black color block rayon shirt. Rayon? What the hell? Security breach is the worst. It killed my family. It destroyed my house. It took all of my personal information. I hate Steel for in this game. They should Freddy Fazbear. Okay, that's fun. Okay, we're now on Ninjago topics apparently. This chat has been wild. Yes, I do want to keep listening to this music. Okay, you can look now. You realize he was being ridiculous. They were holograms. The visual processors probably could monitor him whether they were on screen or not. All 3 Bobbiedots reappeared. Oh, be still my heart. Quite flattering. You look ready for a night out dancing. Oh, I love dancing. Play something, one. The quick beat of a pop song suddenly filled the room. All the Bobbiedots started dancing. I need to actually rewatch Ninjago at some point because I know it's still going, and I've just been. It's just one of those shows where I'm curious, like, where the hell did this show go? Because it's one of those shows where I feel like a lot of people have like a cutoff point. I am curious. Like where that show goes after like the points where I kind of cut off. I do like any show that plays with time in a funny way. And I don't just mean time travel. I mean, like, what I've always liked about the universe of Dragon Ball is that it feels like it exists in all time periods at once. And that's something I like about Ninjago, too, is, like, there's all this ancient stuff, there's all this, like, stuff like that. And then it'll just be like, oh yeah, this is the city, welcome to modern day, here are cyborgs. There is one comment about Bobbiedots in this stream, like this whole stream of Ninjago stuff. I know what Ninjago is. I watched it. I just meant time periods in general. I wasn't just talking about time travel. Pretending to dance with each Bobbidot in turn, Abe let himself go crazy. He boogied until he was dripping. I don't know why that sentence got me. Past the Wish Islands arc. Ninjago is also funny because it's one of those that does have story arcs, and it sounds like an anime until you watch it. Because like it definitely got anime influence. Don't get me wrong, but Ninjago isn't what I would classify as anime. It's not even one of those where it's like kind of anime, kind of not, like Avatar, where I would say Avatar isn't anime purely for its animation philosophy and pacing. Okay, anyway. Now I'm gonna have to wash these clothes. Oh, don't worry about that, 3 said breathlessly as she was winded. Just put them in the hamper, I'll take care of it. Thanks. I'll do that later. Right now I'm hungry. Good food! The 3 winked out of view. Where'd she go? Now she's in the kitchen. She's worse than Pavlov's dog. Be careful when you go in there. You might slip on her drool. My question is, are the Bobbiedots themselves actually going to be evil? That is my question. Because they are really selling them as positive things right now. I have no idea why Ninjago entered the chat, honestly. Okay, I'm gonna be kind of skim reading parts where I'm like, these are just kind of things we already know. Half screens of glass that appear that there's sitting on the screens. Okay, they're eating food. Food. It's just for so. We want you to have the proper family dining experience. Based on my analysis of the food, you're deficient in multiple nutrients, especially vitamin K, psyllium, iron, and potassium. And based on your description of what you've been eating, you're clearly not getting enough fiber or protein. Brussels sprouts provide 137% of the recommended daily intake of vitamin K and bulbous and. Yeah, but we skipped the details. Are you crying? Is she crying? No one likes their hard work to go underappreciated. Don't you like it when you're appreciated, Abe? Yeah. Yeah, no one wants to be taken for granted. 3, I'm sorry, I just appreciate it. I'm sorry, I appreciate you. She also 35. I'm gonna be able to focus on the dialogue. Hey, I have an idea. Do you all really like being called by numbers? I feel like you're too special to be named 1, 2, and 3. How about I call you by real names? It was hoping that the idea that this would diffuse the whole taking for granted, and it did. Really? Real names? Her pigtail bounced. Sure. I could call you Rose. What do you think? Rose. My name is Rose. What about me? I want a pretty name too. Gemini. Like the constellation. I always think of blue when I think of its color stars. Gemini. I like that. Did you hear that? I'm a star. I'm a flower. What am I? I like the name Olive. I like green olives. Olives are fruits. Fruits are luscious. So I'm a luscious fruit. Gemini shorted, and Rose giggled. Abe smiled. Okay, Gemini, Olive, Rose. You now have proper names, so let me officially say that I appreciate you. All 3 Gemini. All 3 Bobbiedots grinned widely. This is so uncannily positive, grinned widely. This is so uncannily positive for a fright story, or for a tale story. The music played overhead was Moroccan too, according to Gemini. She had started with music when she lowered the lights to set the mood. I just love romantic meals, she said. Let's eat before it gets cold. Gemini snorted and shook her head. Abe's stomach growled. He was starving, so he picked up his real fork. He speared a chunk of tofu and put it in his mouth. Immediately brightened. Hey, that's pretty good. Wait, that's the wrong voice. Good boy, Olive said. If you try to pat me off the head, I'll shut you off, Abe said to Olive. She laughed. You can't shut us off. Really? Gemini didn't answer. Neither did the other 2 Bobbiedots. Abe looked at each of them and turned. Gemini and Olive smiled sweetly at him. Rose concentrated on scraping up the last of her pretend food. Abe shrugged and returned to eating. He couldn't get over how good the food tasted. Even before submitting on pizza, Abe's food taste had been pretty simple. When the Bobbiedots had joined, Abe was in the kitchen to make dinner. He explained to them that, along with his previous 2 months of pizza diet, Rose immediately asked him to place his hand on the glass screen near the fridge. When he did, he felt a prick on his middle finger. After he whipped his hand back with an owl, Rose informed that she was analyzing his blood. He pointed out to an empty plate. So this was one of Landon's favorites? Landon liked to study languages, and he wanted to eat the food that went with the cultures he was studying. What happened to Landon? Did he move out? Oh, I think it would be fun to live in Morocco. Oh, the color of the place. I love color. Is that where Landon went? Our knowledge of our tenants doesn't exist beyond the network, Gemini said. Her pigtails flickered around her shoulders. But, didn't he tell you where he was going when he left? Weren't you as friendly with him as you were with me? We love getting to know our tenants, Gemini. We love getting to know our tenants, Gemini said. We always learn something new when we have a new tenant. Especially when they're with our tenants. Especially you. You're so fun. Bobbiedots were avoiding Abe's questions. Should he push them? He decided not to try one more time. Why didn't Landon take his clothes with him? These are some really nice things he left behind. I'm so happy the clothes fit you. Yeah, okay, they're probably evil. If they answered it and were like, "Oh, we don't know," and they were like scared, that would have been interesting. That would have implied to me they were genuinely good. But I don't think so. Let's watch a movie. A romantic comedy would be nice. If you put your plates in the dishwasher, said, I'll start the cycle. Abe considered asking the Bobbiedots point blank why they wouldn't answer his questions, but they shrugged away his concerns. The Bobbiedots were probably just programmed to protect Tan's privacy. Would he want them blabbing about his business? To the next tenant? Probably not. Abe stood and picked up his plate. I'd rather watch an action movie, he told Gemini. List of action movies began to scroll near the screen. Several of them which had asterisk movies. What are these movies? Action movie with a romantic subplot. Gemini touched your headphones. I love romances. Abe laughed. He tapped one of the star movies. Okay, we'll watch this one. I've had a long name. Said goodnight to the Bobbiedots. He sat on the bed, put his computer on his lap, opened it, and extended his fingers to the keyboard. For a second night in a row, he was excited to write things to his mom. Last night, he had told her about his new promotion in his new apartment. Now he could tell her about the Bobbiedots. For the next 10 minutes, Abe wrote a long email describing the Bobbiedots in detail. The story was with how their names came out. I thought if they had real names, they'd appreciate it. And I was right. I picked names for them, but they reminded me of their color. 1 is Gemini, 2 is Olive, 3 is Rose. They really like their names. I wish you could see the Bobbiedots. They're pretty amazing. And finish up with the usual I love you, went to sleep. In all seriousness, you can watch Skybound session. Jocko's masterpiece to Skype. Jocko was pretty good when I was watching it. I didn't really enjoy it. I just don't know where it went after I started watching, because I mean that show went on. That show's been going on for a while. Abe set his coffee down in an empty bowl in the dishwasher. Breakfast had been an oatmeal with orange juice. Abe, not a morning person, had managed to dissuade Rose from explaining why oatmeal and orange was good for him. He had teased her about not sharing the dozen donuts she ate when he was putting his hot cereal. What time will you come home? Providing me with your itinerary enhances with my scheduling function. Abe shrugged. My shift ends with 6, but I shouldn't be too late tonight. He nearly laughed with glee with the thought that he could end his day at a reasonable hour. He was overjoyed with the idea that he had a place to go, other than his makeshift tire cave at the end of his workday. This is one of the only stories that people consider potentially canon to Scary Breach. And I see it. I don't see anything in it right now that would imply it's not canon. This is sort of... A lot of the Tales books feel like Dragon Ball Z movies in a weird way. Where, for the most part, there's 1 or 2 glaring elements where that can't happen. That doesn't make sense. Goku shouldn't have Super Saiyan yet. He hasn't fought Frieza, etc., etc. Because they're almost always made with different things in mind. This guy has this yellow rabbit suit and trapped in a hidden room. Help. Take it up with HR. I think they'll do something about it. Oh, there's a new something series coming. I mean, Ninjago being split up over multiple shows, it kind of reminds me of Ben 10, where Ben 10 has 4 series and all in the same continuity, and then a 5th one, which is a reboot. But 2 of them are basically just the same show, split up to which Omnitrix Ben has. And all of them have subtle tone changes and differences, and stuff. But they're all still, Ben 10, and they never get you to question that. Even if they have different names or whatever. Oh yeah, only Dragon Ball, Broly and Superhero are the only canon Dragon Ball movies, to my knowledge, to the Dragon Ball continuity. And as in Super Broly, not the original one. And yeah, the pretty much all the movies are just kind of cool action set pieces movies. After 2 nights of sleeping in a real bed, and a soft bed, Abe's back was feeling great again. All the aches and pains had resulted in were nearly gone. The despair that Abe had begun to feel like a heavy cloak was gone too, for the first time in weeks. Abe felt a hope for his future. I'll be sure your food orders are filled by the time you get home. All 3 of the Bobbiedots followed Abe through the apartment via the glass screen. Rose, Abe noted, had powdered sugar on her pink upper lip from the donuts. The Bobbiedots program is amazing, he thought for the first time. Thanks, he said to Abe. Or to Rose. As he had eaten breakfast, Rose and Olive discussed how to stock Abe's kitchen with foods that were nutritious and more agreeable to Abe's taste. They settled on a variety of Mexican and Italian food, along with a section of tofu burgers and organic fries. I almost wonder if there is such an emphasis on tofu and artificial meats because this is not post-apocalyptic. This is dystopian, right? The security breach has established and implied like there's like the bear population's gone and there's these big neon structures of all this. I think of Super because remember, Super is 2 different canons that share the same connection. What's canon to Super, frustratingly, is only what Toriyama, or is only what's consistent between both the manga and anime, pretty much, or movies. The Bobbiedots are like hologram staff bots that follow you around on glass screens. That said, as you would expect from the year 2035 in the universe where animatronics could walk around in 1983, this is actually pretty reasonable technology in my opinion. Like, given with how absurd the tech of the FNAF universe is, this is not shocking. I think we should go hiking this weekend, a woman's voice said. I'd rather go to a spa. Spas are boring, but they're relaxing. If you relax, you can just hop in the... if you want to relax, just soak in the hot tub here. Abe put his forehead against the cool metal door and waited. The woman, continuing to chatter, moved down the hall. Abe's shoulders slumped. He thought about the building's hot tub and all the other amenities. As long as Abe's tenacity in this apartment was unauthorized, he couldn't risk using the common areas. The hot tub was off limits to him. So was getting to know his neighbors. Even though he had a nice place to sleep, he wasn't done sneaking around. Is something wrong? Are you still hungry? Do you need more food before you go? Abe turned to the Bobbiedots. They watched him bright light, all smiling widely. He smiled back at them. As he did, his gaze drifted up. He frowned and stepped back from the kitchen to point out, "What's that?" None of the Bobbiedots turned in the direction of Abe's pointing finger. Are you sure you don't need something to eat? Rose asked. Stories of pigtails. Maybe some music to send your way? No, thank you. Bobbiedots, what's that? The ceiling between the dining area and the sitting area had a trapdoor, about 2 square feet. The door wasn't large, but it's definitively big enough for a person to walk through. This kind of reminds me of I would like to see a FNAF animated series that was either I would like to see Freddy and Friends or Fredbear and Friends as it would have been in universe, as well as a animated series following Mike, like in the 30-year gap or something like that. Or just like animated versions of the Fazbear Frights would honestly be fine, even if they weren't canon. They would be really cool. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I had a short story book I was working on called The Oddbird's Tales, and it was a very weird meta book. It was less about like horror and more just being strange and unpredictable. Like half the stories would end randomly, basically abruptly, due to lore reasons and like all that. It was very much made to my tastes and like preferences for stories. And one of the short stories in it was very similar to this. It's just like weird how many of the core beats are being established, which is it was a lot more old, like low tech than this, where it's this guy inherits a mansion from one of his family members. He like knew, but like I didn't want it to have like a family member he never knew. It was like someone he was aware of, someone he knew a decent amount about, but like was just like, and he remembered going to the house before, so the house he had no reason to think it would be unnatural, and he finds a bunch of weird shit in it, and it slowly starts fucking with him more and more as it keeps kind of automating itself to its preferences, with the implication that the house itself seems to drain his life to sustain its unnatural properties. It was basically the twist. Story. Just Epic, who do you think I could voice? I don't know. New character wanted to sneak after hours yet to quick. Yeah, why didn't you steal? I think there are a lot of weird things in the Fazbear fights that are just kind of there for plot reasons. Didn't we... Here, let me double check. I might have to really start speeding through the short stories. So we can get to GGY, because I want to read GGY properly. The stream is already 2 hours long, and we're not even done with... about the authors, and then it should be 128, and we're on... Okay, we got 20 more pages. I'm going to have to blast through this one so we can get to GGY. None of the Bobbiedots okay. All three Bobbiedots started waving their arms and flinging their ponytails. Their green, blue, flash colors quickly, and as fast moving crazy, it settled. Olive flew the screen closest to Diggs. She used her both hands to resettle her glasses. You're going to be late for work if you don't leave now. She poked up her screen closer to the door to lead away, Abe away from the kitchen. Gemini's blue eyes blinked once. The door is just for maintenance. It's locked. Tenants aren't provided access. Abe nodded and turned back towards the apartment door. Just as he did, though, he noticed a crack in the darkness of the edge trapdoor. The trapdoor wasn't completely closed. Abe whistled to Fazbear Senior. While I technically could have given his job to one of his team members, Abe liked working in the area. Repairs and maintenance were usually pretty easy, so he was Fazbear was loud, okay. That's accurate, that's accurate. I'm just gonna point out interesting stuff to get through this. Submechnophobia is actually personally a phobia of mine. Real by the dream demons again. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid a lot of FNAF movie leaks right now. Yeah, okay, let's go. Abe didn't mind the dazzling neon lights. Neon? As in neon dynamo? Nah. Neon lights were pretty. A couple of preteen boys streak past Abe. The Fast Blasters extended. Capture the flag. Billy bots are functioning correctly. Fast Blast. Some futile resistance pizza, that's fun. To get to the Fast Blaster area, he had passed the staging area where players picked up their blasters, helmets, yada yada. David hadn't geared up yet. In addition, the Pizza Plex uniform shirt he was wearing had the right shirt. He was wearing a bright red that made maintenance. In spite of that, kids him to shoot him. Abe waved them off as he contributed to search for his malfunctioning alien bot. Abe found it guarding the last flag where players were trying to capture it. Abe deactivated the bot and reprogrammed the bot's script. Girls flag. Unfortunately, Abe's rubber soul caught on the carpet and careened around the wall and tumbled around the top. She has a cry out. Scorpio fell old. I'm fine. Better watch out what you're looking for. We'll fire a shot. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip because this is a lot of filler stuff. It looks like Bobbiedots made a big deal of Abe's slower ankle. All described in great detail the mechanism of a twisted ankle and the appropriate treatment for while Rose provided the ice and wrap that Abe needed to bring the swelling down. This one would be very funky to see the ice for to see the graphic novel for. I'm really curious what this one looks like. Joe and I played some music with one of the set popcorn tapes. Tools later, Abe was wide awake. tapped on his bed. What had awakened him so abruptly? Eyes looked around. He saw a dark... Wait, can I put this in a dark mode? Hold on. Oh, dang it. I was hoping I could put this in a dark mode. Yeah, we're trying to get through... Yeah, they did demolish the set. I did see that. I've been paying attention to, like, general news, like, the set was built, the set was taken down. I don't mind, like, looking at the set, because that's not any spoilers for the plot of the movie. Cancelled due to leaks. So why were the hairs on Abe's arm standing on end? Abe opened his mouth, intending to call it the Bobbiedots, but he quickly thought better of it. What if someone was in the apartment? What have you been found out? Abe remained still and listened. For the first time, Abe heard nothing but distant traffic noise. I heard something closer. It was very soft. Sounded like material brushing against something. Abe held his breath and concentrated. The sound shifted in tone. Instead of a gentle rustle, it became a quiet rasp. The sound was low, but it was long and steady. The image of a snake slithering across the carpet suddenly popped into Abe's mind. Abe went rigid. He hated snakes. Abe's fear of unseen reptiles erased any nervousness about being seen or heard. He spoke up. Bobbiedots, turn on the lights. Rose immediately materialized on the glass panel above Abe's bed. His beside lamp came on. Abe looked around his room. Everything looked normal. Beyond the glass walls, the rest of the apartment was dark. Did you want a midnight snack? Abe looked. I thought I heard something. Sometimes I hear food calling out to me. Olive materialized next to Rose. Her green eyes studied Abe intently. Do you have a nightmare? Studies show that sensory experiences from nighttime. Nightmares can delude a person to think the nightmares turn into reality. Abe thought of it. Did a nightmare wake him up? He didn't think so. If you had a nightmare, you would have already forgotten about it. I mean, it's very normal to forget about a nightmare, so... Yeah. Is the apartment secure? Abe asked it up. Is the apartment secure? Rose nodded several times. Her hot pinks were distractingly bright. Abe's eyes had undressed to the light. Everything's totally cool. Abe listened. The sound was gone. Abe shook his head. Maybe he imagined the sound. Maybe he was... Well, if he was awake, he might as well pee before he went back to sleep. Abe swung... Thanks. He was sure he was being watched. Okay, that's the only interesting one. Pushing into him. Okay, wait. Figured that Abe quickly flushed the toilet and went back, and he figured they would be waiting for him in the bedroom. How is the ankle? Jim asked. Do you report my movements? We have tuned your movements so it'd be available. So it'd be available to meet us. Alright. Your activities. So you're not watching me. Not in the way I believe you mean. We don't observe you. We simply respond to you. Do you do anything at night, like cleaning or whatever? We're dormant at night unless we're summoned. Are you sure you don't want a snack? Go ahead and turn the light on, Rose. He said. Rose sighed. Okay, good night. When settled, but tired enough to ignore it and go back to sleep. Okay. Oh, fuck. Oh, hey, I found it. Next night, Abe roughly it was on 1 a.m. Tim salads. He woke up sound. Yeah, asked for lights. He wasn't sure why, but he felt like he needed to investigate the sound on his own. Tiptoed. He bathroom door and looked at the ceiling. Although the apartment's lights were off, the moon outside with the windows full. The moon's glow, combined with the unceasing neon glare from the adjacent pizza flex, provided enough light for him to see his surroundings. He quickly looked around for movement. He didn't see it, but he could still hear the sound. And that sound was definitely indicating movement. Something was in motion, but what? Abe slowly, cautiously paddled towards the soda. He didn't see anything that would have been there. He heard something, though. It was a small, muted whoosh, like the sound of fabric caught in a breeze. Abe looked at the window. It was closed. He cocked his head and made sound the air vents on the walls. His apartment had central heating and cooling, but neither was on right now. The air felt still. What could be making that fluttering sound? Abe took a step towards the dining room, and then he stopped abruptly when the sound changed. It became more like a muffled scrape. Like something rubbing against something hard, like a surface in a wall. Sounded as if something was moving up the wall. The sound was close, too close. The rubbing sound was followed by a tap. Then Abe heard a muffled thump. Again, it was very close. Lights! He wasn't sure if the one-word command would work. He had never tried that, but it worked. All the lights in the apartment came on. Abe looked around. He was alone, except for the Bobbiedots, who now surrounded him on nearby glasses. What is it? Snack time? Are you bored? Do you need some entertainment? Abe blinked against the wall of the bright blush of clutter. He rotated slowly. He frowned. Then he remembered the direction of the sound. It had been going up the wall. Abe looked. The trapdoor you noticed earlier was right above them. Where had whatever he heard gone through that door? Abe shifted through the door and looked at the door more closely. I think we need a snack. There is a page. Okay, I'll have a snack. Tell me what the door's for. It says spill. You obviously know something about that. We are second generation Bobbiedots. Gen 2s for short. That's right, we're all Gen 2s. The Gen 1s preceded us. The door's for the Gen 1s. And what are the Gen 1s? The Gen 1s were the first generation of apartment helpers in the building. Unlike us, they were physical robots, like animatronics. Although they could move around the apartment more freely than us because they weren't confined to screens, they were limited by their cables. They're plugged into a grid up there in crawl space and ceiling. They have to remain tethered to to be functional. Poor things, I can't even imagine. It'd be like being tied up. And they're still up there. Yep. They're not tasked with the apartment. They're not tasked with the apartment care anymore. That privilege lies with us now. They're out of date, and unfortunately, they've been damaged. It's very sad. They're so limited. But they still try. What do you mean, try? Oh, they still try to fulfill their commands. Sometimes they come out of the crawl space to attempt to help out. She put through 2 words in air quotes. Help out? Are you okay? Your blood pressure has gone up. I'm fine. Your line wasn't fine after all. There are robots in the ceilings, and sometimes they help out? Why haven't they been removed? I mean, if they're out of date and damaged, why are they still up there? Oh, they just want to they just want to try and help. We felt bad of them, so we let them do what they can, even if it usually creates more work for us. Even the Bobbiedots have emotions, you know. All 3 of them, you know, so of course you do. I need to get to sleep. Go ahead, turn the lights in bed. Okay. I'm gonna say for okay. My bed. Food, tofu, all at breakfast. Morning, 2 cinnamon rolls. To the sink as I pour down the drain as soon as those came on. Hey. Yeah, touch it. Hey. Why did you turn the nerves? Oh, come on. My hand. You're mad at me. I'm not mad. Barbara's disposed weirdness. You look upset. What about some soothing music? No music! The music stopped. Pout. You're getting on his nerves. Not everyone likes romantic stuff as much as you do. I think it's nice. I think what you need is a nice long soap. Your tub is jetted. Can't read his thoughts. Okay, so he's going to a bath. Some privacy. That means lunch will be late, doesn't it? Rose asked, only with a hint of a whine in her voice. Just a little. Oh, I guess I'll survive. Rose, could you please turn down the temperature of the water? Rose popped on the nearest panel. Oh, good. You're getting answered. The food is... I'll be a little longer. I just need the temperature lowered. Okay, now... Sit down on that. Feel like his skin was on fire. Wow. Okay. Rose! What's the matter? Why are you in the shower? The water in the bathtub started boiling.
Olive popped up to Mr. Rose. She leaned forward. Her green eyes were big, and her eyes were glasses studied skin. It appears you have a superficial dermal burn. A topical application of aloe vera and antibiotic agent is recommended. Don't stand in the cold water too long. It could bring on shock. Oh dear, your poor freckles are even pinker than my pigtails. There's some aloe vera nice in the cabinet. Got out. Doing his best to ignore skin stringing nerve endings. Turn off the... You don't have to yell at me. I need fudge. You should have strong voice. And then weird. I even mean to fill up the joke. It wasn't Rose's fault the water boiled, right? I'm sorry. Don't worry about her. She's so sensitive. Rose, I'm sorry I yelled. It's okay. It's okay. No, it's not. You're very sweet. I appreciate everything you do. I'm just big. Okay. Without you. I understand. Can you tell me why the water boiled? I'm really sorry. Sorry, it's the Gen 1s. But I didn't see it jumping. If the Gen 1's cables occasionally get tangled, the power systems in an apartment, they interrupt the apartment's room. Is there... But I can see Gen 1, a protester hit. He had his eyes closed in the tub. You'd been reading, so you would have known they were coming. The Gen 1's cables hit. Okay. What can be done about it? All three bots shrugged. Okay. We aren't programmed for updates. What if I manually initiate a system update? All of the shook their heads. There aren't any updates available. April ahead. Pounding ward his things, yeah. What can I do? A polish off the fudge. What about setting some monitoring protocols to keep an eye on what the Gen 1 is doing? We can do that. We can help you by telling in advance what you're going to do so we can make sure everything's functioning properly. Sure. Yay! Can we check everything out? They crowed in a bit. They just let me block her for a while. Oh, okay. You could have boiled one. Yeah, that is true. Let the missions be. Okay, so we kept some details out. More generators, right? Oh, okay. We're talking about generators. I mean, it's just kind of a weird place to put a generator. Does anything about this make sense? Preston shook his head. What do you say? Clearly, that's how Chris saying in the workplace was a bad idea. Oh, the screaming kids, the ball bit size. I thought it was strange that the entire daycare was overseen by an animatronic attendant with a dual personality, a sort of kind of kid-friendly, not Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Its happy incarnation was the attendant. Attendant was the sun, the character that was somewhat deformed with a brown ring face. The yellow triangles clearly mimic the rays of the sun. Someone wearing clown wearing dark blue eyes. You've been very naughty. After the daycare was completed, the designers realized there was a flaw in the lighting plan. The lights kept shorting out. It wasn't dangerous or anything, not a fire hazard, just a darkness issue. The easiest, cheapest fix was to install backup generators. They decided on 5 of them to ensure the area got full coverage. By then, all of the installations were in place, and the common structures were already in locations that would conceal the generators. Doesn't seem very safe. Then there's an animatronic that turns mean when the lights go out. Yeah, I remember this. So basically what he's going to talk about here, that Moon's personality was hardwired into basically Moon's personality is hardwired into the sun, where when the lights go off, his like nighttime personality would take over for being the villain of a stage play. And Sun was like the hero or like the good guy or whatever.
And rather than trying to go through the trouble of reprogramming Moon, they decided to keep the lights on at all times so that would never happen. Okay, I'm gonna... This is definitely the story that plays the most close to Security Breach and does have a purpose. You spook, we figure it out. Was still sore the morning after, despite his aloe. He couldn't downplay the boil in the water. He couldn't delude himself anymore. It was serious danger. But what could he do? Any reasonable person would move out of the apartment. He knew that. But having a cushy place to live wasn't worth serious injury or even death. But the issue is having a place, period. If Abe moved out of the apartment, where did it go? Now to figure out how to survive it, he had been chewing on that problem. Morning, he had to think of a way to stay alert and prepared. There wasn't a satisfying solution. Maryland. How do I reroute the wiring? Yes, Abe leaned in and showed Preston a little electrical tip she saw him at the pizza puck shop. Sorted by the process of the grinding wire, see? Yeah, it's pretty cool. Abe may have been naughty, but he was capable. Yeah, he was told. Okay. The story's neat, but we need to get to GGY, which is the really important one. How much trouble could he get into a book and a cup of tea? I don't like rain. It causes sad. You mean it makes you sad? No, I mean it causes sad. Seasonal affective disorder. The lack of natural light. No, dampens. That's a good one. I get it. Dampens. Oh, I know what you should do, Abe. You should bake cookies. Rainy days are great for baking. What do you care if he bakes cookies? You can't eat any of them. You're mean. Cookies sound pretty good. I'll make some tea to go with them. Yay. The burner under his arm flared on, even though he was nowhere near the burner's knobs. Abe was wearing a long-sleeved hoodie, and the sleeve caught fire. Abe's reaction was instant. He whipped up the hoodie and folded the flame on the countertop. The fire was out a couple seconds after it started, but still, Abe looked at his arm. The hairs on his forearm were singed black, and his skin was pinkish. Not as pink as the leg would have been after the hot tub incident, but pink. Run water over it, the sink master. The father came out of cold water. There's more aloe vera in the cabinet to your left. In here? I figured after the hot tub you would want it handy, just in case. Thanks. So, I thought you were going to monitor things to help stop these incidents. I did my part. I told you I was going to make tea. Oh, we're really sorry. We feel awful. Just preventing us problems isn't as easy as it sounds. It's the Gen 1s. They have access to our displays. Yeah, they can mess with our program and make us turn off things that shouldn't. Really? The damage robot could get into the holographic systems? Right, that's just great. But we'll keep trying. Yes, we won't stop. We'll do everything we can. Thanks. Okay, so yeah, that's interesting. I'm not going to reveal my social security card. The story in this, the monster in the story really isn't clear yet. Because yes, the Bobbiedots clearly do fuck with things. That is like the main bit. And I'm pretty sure the reveal is going to be that they're evil. But I'm like, do these even count as an Alexa at this point? These things are really just an AI tampering of story, which I guess is kind of Alexa, but not really. Lights, please. Olive, can you turn on the lights? I couldn't manage to turn it on. Well, touch the switch. The electricity surged. Was thrown back away from the wall. He hit the sofa and tumbled his head over the floor. He hit the coffee table as he went. Morning, his fingers thought they were being stabbed by a million tiny needles. His hand found his leg on his back. He rose. I didn't know you were interested in gymnastics. That's a concerning line.
All of what happened with the lights. I'm sorry. It was my Gen 1 counterpart. She had my control of the lights. I heard your command, but I couldn't respond. Okay. What are we going to do about this? There. I routed the lights control so she can't get to them again. Great. Now I'm going to lie down for a bit. I'll have dinner later. Not too late, I hope. Okay. We need to have a hostile meeting. Meetings are good, I'll have said. It's a useful way to discuss strategies and plans. I'm glad you approve. We can't we can't just have a meeting with a sandwich, can we? Can we get to have snacks too? Knock yourself out. That means go for it. Oh, goody! Let's have popcorn. That's okay. So here's the deal. I think I need to take charge of what's going on around here. I'd like to talk with the Gen 1s directly. Maybe I can reason with them. They're too messed up for reason. Looney Tooney. Well, maybe if I can get up there, I can reprogram You can't go get into the crawl space. It's locked. I could cut through the trapdoor. It has a steel plate above it. Okay, well, why do the Gen 1s want to hurt me anyway? What do they do? I don't think they mean to hurt you. It's just that they're inept. I think it's possible they may be acting with malice. The Gen 1s are close enough to a human form that is reasonable that they assume they're envious of you. Envious? Envy is a personal pain which a being desires the advantages of someone else. Oh, god damn it, the music. The Gen 1s are pretty advanced. Not as advanced as us, obviously. I'd be glad to reach you in the various manifestations of any of you like. I think the Gen 1 think you're Landon. What makes you think that? I don't know. It just popped in my mind. Why would the Gen 1s want to hurt Landon? Landon didn't have freckles. Well, that explains it. He was actually amazed he was having fun, even amidst the circumstances. The Bobbiedots were a hoot. He enjoyed them. He wasn't in a dire situation alone. Oh. Yeah, he pressed his hand, Billy. You're still hungry, right? Are you sure you haven't? You don't want me to heat up enchiladas? He shook his head. The cramping was replaced with a swell of nausea. It felt like the tuna sandwich was coming back up. Got worse. I'm gonna be sick. Bobbiedots followed Abe from glass panel to glass panel. They gestured to the bathroom. Nausea, bacteria, viruses. You'd be able to have some music. Piano, maybe? Or some nice classical strings. Or would something rather more beat distract you? Try problems. It reached the bathroom. Dropped to the floor for his tuna sandwich. Okay, so he's vomiting. Next rose. My poor baby. You lost your sandwich. I think we should make another one. Some words. Oh, shut up, you dolt. He doesn't need more food. He needs to hydrate. Humans require water to support their biological functions. Water helps some humans get rid of toxins. Peppermint can soothe the stomach ache. Oh, mints. I like the ones covered in chocolate. I'm not talking about candy. He needs peppermint capsules or essential oils. I don't think the drums are helping. Let's try jazz. That might perk you up. How about silence? Music stuff. Oh, that was. How about silence? Fine. What are we on? 2 more pages. Okay, God. I did not think it would be 2 pages per chunk. Ugh. This is. Dream theory was absolutely intended. I'm actually working on a video called Ultimate Dream Theory, which is entirely what it goes over the fucking absurd amount of shit that implies dream theory was the original plan, and then Scott realized that there were a lot of issues with that, and that it wasn't very satisfying, even if, because I think there's more to it than a lot of people like. Matt Platt downplays dream theory so much in his video on the topic, because no, dream theory is heavily supported by FNAF World because there's more to it than just it's all a dream. There's a lot of implications that the FNAF 1 through 3 games. Let me fucking explain, because you're going to be like, oh, you're thinking of the map path theory. That map path theory is completely like a lot of what it says is what I agree with,
but it downplays a lot of the core themes of what Dream Theory would present so much. It talks I think Dream Theory is more like there is one real death, which is someone, I think it's implied to be whoever that girl's room belonged to originally, because I don't think it was originally meant to be Elizabeth. I think there was some generic girl counterpart that was supposed to be the original victim, and then he sees that, and that leads to all his nightmares and trauma. And his nightmares are the dreams that are in Dream Theory, and they're inspired by everything he sees. The plush toys make him think of the FNAF 1 animatronics. The plush trap, finger trap is... Oh no, it's not canon anymore, but it was canon. And then that, I think that's like the one real event, is that original death, which causes him to have the nightmares, and that leads to the end of the game, with FNAF World explaining the real aspect of it, that there is a haunting aspect to it. It's not all a dream. I think that's what the difference is. I think a lot of people think of Dream Theory only in how Matt represented it, and that everything was a dream, which is not what I think Dream Theory should have been. I think Dream Theory should have been explained more as the first 3 games are primarily dreams. Scott did not confirm it otherwise, is the thing. Scott said, would people even accept it that way? And then later on, I'm going to say you're taking the L on this one, because I heavily disagree that it was never the intent. Because there are so many lines and details that make no fucking sense unless you have Dream Theory. There is no explanation for the, why would Toy Chica be missing her beak comment, if that was not implying Dream Theory. Why would the Toy Chica be missing her beak in FNAF 4? I'm sorry, Michael B. I feel like you're completely off on this one, because Scott did not confirm this. I think the one retcon was that that those elements that were prior dreams were not. Because everyone brushed it off because they didn't want to. Hey, SS Plays, welcome. It does not matter anymore as much, but it does rephrase how FNAF 4 works. Knowing what the game was meant to say helps us understand what was changed later. I think Scott was kind of downplaying the retcon, because there is no true lore change at the time he said that we would have noticed, really. Because that was post-sensitive location pizzeria simulator. Dream Theory. Okay, I'm not even gonna finish this one because I don't think you're open to understanding things. Scott. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore you because you were not. Oh, hey, Markel Aston. Welcome. I'm going to finish reading the story because there's only 2 pages left. Can you please give me a few minutes? How rough. I know it's bad, it's just a such stomach flu. No, it wasn't the flu. Someone was made him sick. Tuna? What if he'd been poisoned? Could the Gen 1s poison his food? Did the Gen 1s even exist? If they didn't poison Abe's food, who did? What if the Bobbiedots weren't being as useful as they pretended to be? Nausea gripped Abe's stomach again. He jumped and ran for the bathroom. A week later, Abe sat at the desk in his small home office, trying to write an email to his mom. He wasn't doing well, writing around what was basically getting harder and harder to deny. He couldn't tell her the truth. How would... You almost just Scott hates people named Jeremy. It is true that almost everyone named Jeremy has something happen to them. I mean, even if Jeremy doesn't die in FNAF 2 or doesn't get bit, he still has to go through FNAF 2. And then there's Jeremy the dead kid, And then there's Jeremy, who cuts his own face off because of the glitch trap. Just, it's never good to be named Jeremy. He does hate their heads. No, I think you were smarter back then, Michael. B. Okay, anyway. How many times has his apartment been threatened? Let me count the ways. His shower had scalded him a few days before. A cord running by in his lamp nearly strangled him. He nearly... How the hell did the cord do that? He nearly tripped by things left out and electrocuted multiple times. He started moving his apartment in the darkness because he was afraid to turn on light switches. The tuna sandwich incident had just been the first string of similar experiences. He was sure his food was being poisoned. 3 nights before, he started bringing up more home takeout for his dinners, and he only ate steel packages of food for breakfast against all his nutritional lies. Maybe because I'm making more money now, I've started treating myself to takeout. Remember how getting Chinese food? Okay. Okay, so he's just being attacked by the planets. I've had for so long. It's a nice death now with a view of the apartment building. I can't believe I actually live in Facebook Tower. It doesn't seem real. Okay. You got it. You know where to go. My source of help was the Bobbiedots. Bobbiedots came to be fun and attempted, and he appreciated them. Such big help. The Bobbiedots were trying to help him, weren't they? I feel like the story's kind of stalling now, knowing it's going to be a part 2. Oh yeah, there is so much to Dream Theory beyond what I think people covered when it came out. Because I feel like there's a whole other angle about what is real and what isn't. Because I think a lot of people... I think the issue is Matt Pat really treated it like, oh, this is just about the first games not being real, which is not what I think it is. I think the idea is that the gameplay of the first 3 games was meant to be explained away under it's just this kid's nightmare, just like FNAF 4's gameplay was probably meant to be a nightmare originally. And the mini-games are what's more important, I think, is what it was building towards. Because, I mean, they always kind of were, but... Okay, so we're done with Bobbiedots. We are done with Bobbiedots 1, everyone. I'm going to take a bathroom break, and we're going to read GGY. Discuss. Oh, my mic. Oh, that nearly fell. That would have been real bad. I caught that, though. There we go. That should fix the problem. Alright, bathroom time. Yeah, here's the thing. This story, I do think this is loosely meant to be about Gregory. The question is this a fucking, like... Because Afton can appear in any continuity. And that's what's frustrating about this, is Charlie appears in two different continuities, but they're not the same Charlie. Henry appears in two different continuities, but the Henry is barely the same. I do think this is supposed to be in Universal Security Breach. I have no reason not to. Right now, let's see. It doesn't really matter if his initials are just about his first name, though. If it's GGY for Gregory. Yeah, I feel like... But I feel like this would be a good place to, like... It could have been GYA if it was supposed to be Gregory Afton. That's the implication. But I do think it's just supposed to be his first name. Okay. A barrage of thunder rattled across the school's murky windows, just as Miss Soto wrote on the blackboard. They're still using a blackboard in 2035? Fiction stretches the boundary. Fiction stretches the boundaries of reality. Noting grants Miss Soto's precise block of letters to plump raindrop that are used, now peeling the window. Are now pelting the window near to Tony's desk in the back room of the musty high ceiling classroom. Dobby blinked. No longer could be interested in anything Miss Soto was doing. He almost storm. I would want to think it's before, because it would be really weird if Gregory goes back to school after Security Breach. It's not impossible, just kind of odd. 120-year-old limestone building. Jesus. Interesting that's still intact in 2035, honestly. I just do want to say... okay. This is just a classroom setting. I feel like we're... if a person had fallen in the rain. Okay, wait. 45 feet. First, surely someone over the screen. Or maybe not. Sometimes bad things happen right under people's noses. Danger looked everywhere, even in places you thought were safe. Many of Tony's investigations taught him that. Thunder boomed again. The whole building shook this time. 2 seconds later, Tony saw piercing white tendrils of light streak down in the hills beyond the school's ground. That was close, he thought. On the invisible lightning, a tree branched through them. Actually, how long is this one? Because I want to know how much time I have to pace it. Let's duplicate, because I want to. Because if I can get through this one at normal pace, that's preferable. 49, and this is 4. Okay. Okay, 40 pages. I can. It's a little longer than Bobbiedots Part 1 was, but it's not bad. So we're gonna treat this same way where until we get to the interesting stuff, we're gonna kind of skim through it. Sun squall came out of nowhere. Relax, dead expandatory. Okay, so it's lightning. Life is like that, Tony thought. He learned from his investigation too. 1 second, all was well. The next second, someone could bring. Next second brings some surprise of the worst kind. Somebody spaced out much. Tony's best friend asked as he looked. Tony's. He handed Tony a stack of blue papers. Pale blue papers. Blue was for homework. Cross aisle to Zoe. To pretty blonde Vanessa! Sorry, we're going to do that every time. There's no escaping this joke. 7th grade, several runs, about, okay. Investigative reporter. Okay, so Tony wants to be an investigative reporter. Is non-fiction writing skills. Actually, that's kind of relatable for me. The thing I was best at in school, high school. Can I voice a character? It's a little hard for you to voice a character in this situation. Whiteboards are better, and it's weird to have blackboards in 2035. They're very odd. Oh god, I hate when people are like, hair! Characters have hair! Anyway. Scream's hard. Okay, yeah, in school. I was, by far, my best thing was writing. Pretty much anything writing. Music cloud? Didn't mean to come here. Sorry. I've been doing this bit where every time a character appears that loosely has a trait of any other character, it's, they're the same one! Clearly, guys! You can't have yellow without it being a Chica and Gold Freddy reference. Well, it's not particularly creative in its appearance. Yeah, I was really good at writing. In fact, my favorite writing feat in high school was we were supposed to read all of 1984 for like I think it was a mid-year final. It was like, it was not the final, but it was like the big thing for the middle of the year, the end of semester. I read less than half of 1984 and got an A on that test. On my essay. Because I had figured out, okay, this is where this book's going, even though I don't need to finish it. And I just kind of guessed the loose themes of what was going to happen from there, and somehow that was enough. Like, if you read it knowing it was bullshitting, it would have been really obvious. But I don't think you would have figured it out if you didn't read it. Purple pieces of clothing? William Afton! That was not a good Dockland impression. That's what I'm doing. You probably shouldn't do that. But I knew that teacher was the type of person to not notice it, and luckily I was correct. Okay, let's skim through. No, I'm going to stop trying to do this. I'm just going out. Creating a writing classroom. That's a text. Was on there, yellow plus was on yellow. 15 gas for on England. Okay, Halton. Wow, we are not to anything regularly related yet. The goal of this story is to focus on a mystery while wrapping in subplots that seem to have nothing to do with the plot, but actually are essential to it. Okay, that's really fucking on the nose. Okay. That is so on the nose. That's basically a security breach in a nutshell. But I want you to look past the world. Time to move. Great and large writer. Tell me best friend asked for. It's weird that we're not naming the best friend right now. Okay, yeah, we're gonna get Gregory on this page for that, because a lot of people are assuming Dr. Rabbit is Gregory. We've already picked our. He glanced at his friends. We've already picked our name diplomas. The black curly-haired kids who Tony had been friends with ever since their moms across the neighbors had brought them to get together for a play date. When they were 4-year-olds, flashed the signature locked diagram. All be boots. They insisted on choosing different pen names every time they got a new assignment. For the duration of the assignment, they demanded that they only call each other by the face name they picked out. Why boots? Put Puss in Boots. Clever cat, that's me. That's really fitting right now. Yes, this is GGY. We are in GGY. Every color connection ever. He's going to be Dr. Rabbit, Speed said, pointing to the last of the 3 amigos. Tony looked at Dr. Rabbit, shifting an eyebrow. Why, Dr. Rabbit? You can call me Rabbit. You can call me Rap for short. Okay, I cannot do that voice. Holy shit. That is the closest voice I could probably do to Gregory. But I'm not doing that. A reporter, right? Trouble, okay. He and the midnight hit off, and Tony invited him to work with them, and Boots. Rab was a relatively new friend. Okay, so they are pointing out that Rab has no clear origin, which is interesting. Tony was starting to work with him, or his long-time friend was content to stay a little boy. Rab was kind of halfway between both. Tony, he liked to cut up and goof off. We also had moments where you would say something interesting, even deep things. That's not super Gregory sounding, but sure, I could kind of see it if these are different writers who are like working off the same notes in different ways, which is what this is. Objectively, even if this is Gregory, 100% no arguing. I do think this is going to be an interesting case because we're going to this is one of the first times we're going to have one character written by two completely different sets of writers. Because Charlie is at least written by Kira and Rita? What's the name of the writer for Silver Eggs? And Scott, like, all the way through. So, like, there's a lot of consistency in that continuity. This is one of the first times we're going to have the literal same character, not different universes of the same character, written by different people, which is what's going to be interesting about this. And it's going to make it more frustrating because at least we had Game, Scott, and William and all that, or not Scott.
This voice? This is not my MatPat voice.
They're similar, but there are differences. Because you think about it, there's always been like the different continuity angle, and there's always that kind of like cushion for different versions of the same character. This is the first time where if the story is absolutely canon and it's meant to be a direct prequel to Security Breach, this is the first time someone who was not on Security Breach's staff would be writing Gregory or really any FNAF character that's like whatever. That's my point is.
This is the voice I was going to do for Gregory, which is like more like an Ash Ketchum thing.
Whereas the MatPat voice is a little deeper and it's actually more of a generic theorist voice, honestly. It's like,
was that Springtrap? Oh my god, guys!
That's my more MatPat voice. I have never played Kingdom Hearts, so I don't know the voice. I do know loosely who Axel is. It's an Axel, like... No, that's... No, never mind. That's not... No, he's like the friend of not Sora, right? The Vralxis or whatever, like... My brain's still... I don't know much about it. Hey guys, you want to get started? Stuff is started, brainstorm. Okay. Sorry for wait, we're just talking about the arcades and the Pizzaplex, but the best creative ideas can't be pushed out, I have to say. They need to be, sprout, soil extraction. Pizza Plankton, I thought. Rab could definitely be. They reached the end of the hall and started to make a turn towards the side of the hill that led to their lockers. Boot snaps up a couple of 5th graders, one of whom had deliberately bumped into Rab as he passed. Rub's eyes narrowed as he gave the jerk from his stare. Of course, that guy, a popular kid, the buff a couple of the girls fawned over, didn't notice. I guess it's going to have to... Yeah, because it's Sora with an X. That's what it was. I was trying to remember what the weird name thing was. I remembered seeing like hearing descriptions of Kingdom Hearts, and like I remember there was a character that was like reverse Sora or like alternate personality Sora split up into like a second half or whatever. I remember he liked ice cream. That was like it, or something like that. Okay. Tony and his friends tended to be invisible to most of the kids in school, and actually he didn't care, but he was lying to himself. Being a nerd, for example, is not quite enough. Now he's being funny or having strange habits. Speaking up too much in class was a surefire way not to be popular, still stressing well, but this was something intangible too. There had to be buzzed. That's right, there was no strange habit. They didn't talk too much in class.
Maybe our second one else. They weren't bad looking, or at least Tony didn't think they were. They are all dark haired. Tony's hair color was somewhere between Boots, jet black, and Rab's. Okay, yeah, chocolate brown fits Gregory. That's not wrong. Elaborate the features. Boots was the best looking of the 3 videos. First one it's a small. Okay, Gregory is short, which is correct. So this is more Gregory connections. They do make a big deal in Security Breach that Gregory is too short for the Roxy rides. That fits. Apparently that's cute. It's just subjective, so who knows. It's Tarble, not Tinkerbell. It says you. It's going to be Space Cadet if you don't stop staring in the middle. Okay. I'm more so looking for anything that's about Rab. This story is going to be pretty secondary to what's going on with Rab. Yeah, it's probably one of those. It's probably fun to play without thinking too much about. That's always kind of what Kingdom Hearts has come off to me as. Is like, if you really care about the lore, you could probably figure it out for the most part. And then if you're just casually playing through it, probably isn't that absurd to follow. Like, you'll have questions, but you're like, yeah, okay. We'll knock out the story in a few hours, says. Why not see what we can pull off until later? Why not do what we can put off until later? Okay. Rab is noticeably more. That's not. I'm assuming that's supposed to be the stars to skip. Freeze that. Change it to. Yeah. Yeah, but Gregory in universe is supposed to be shorter because they specifically wrote dialogue talking about how he was shorter, and that's like a big plot point to the head, which is what I feel like they're pointing out here. That's the kind of difference where it's like when the games and books point out something, that's typically when it's more important. Anyway, plan to work on it every day. Yeah, fun. Tony's side, Sam was rocket shop. Part of him resented his friends for just assuming he'd do most of the work for the story. Part of him was relieved. He got excited, and then he did a different story. It was exactly what the name advertised. It was mega. Even though Pizza Place wasn't, even though Tony wasn't quite into the place so much. The others, yeah, to admit that Pizza Place was ginormous. Even every square inch of the engine with all it was stuffed was full of dazzling fun sights and sound appearances. They'd ridden the high-tech roller coaster a couple dozen times, explored flying tubes, and okay, the roller coaster's weird. Been so many attractive stage shows that he could sing. Okay, was the largest of the dome's multiple arcades. Okay, we're not breaking things too much. There are a couple things occasionally odd here, but like. Okay, this is loosely correct, I would say. Like, there's some subtle things that I guess are probably writer quirks, but nothing's like feasibly impossible. There's you. Ideas for stories that when playing the ball. Okay, these are arcade important games. These are all games in there. Puppets Basketball is a game too. Actually, as long as the Android wasn't too technically yeah, you found a pretty switch going down every aisle of the arcade and watched players play this game. Tony points for searching for the ID for a story. For passive experience, someone you might find what is looking for if you engage in a little people machine. I'll let you into all of them. They went from the list kids to the older serious and seeing ones, usually grandmas or grandpas, and to lose themselves when they play it. Kid games caught up in the game controls. And the last 2 years, towards data to be several well-paid accounts. To get felon. That's okay. To be fair, I am buttering right now. It should yeah, I can see in the playback my turning that volume. Okay. I am muttering right now because I'm trying to go through the story quickly. There's a lot of random nonsense in this story. Okay, they are pointing out that Rab comes from a well-off family, which is our first... So they're past second grade, which is not surprising, but in this context, I feel like a lot of details are worth looking at. Okay, that should be the lowest one. Okay, we're just talking about recording. Okay, so they are 2, 3. Okay, so they're within teenage range. I'm just breezing through GGY to kind of conserve time because we've spent so long already. Yeah, I did sneeze. That's okay. Okay, first one. We frowned and studied the machine's high score listings. GGY, he said out loud, and finished the list. GGY, whatever it was, had outscored the other scores by millions of points. They had to have done it on both machines the girls were playing. Tony returned to his attention to the girls' pinball competition. Their faces were set in fierce concentration. Both gears mastered the game. Tony liked to think they were pretty good at pinball. The girls were unbelievable. They were like pinball queens. They had extraordinary ball control. Okay. Both girls switched there. Okay. The redhead, who had several thousand more points on the machine, and the black-haired girl than the black-haired girl stood in a more relaxed stance. She looked like she was leaning casually on the machine as her fingers patted her controls. Although her teeth weren't bared like her friends were, Redhair's jaw was tight, and the veins of her neck were distant enough that Tony could actually see her quickened pulse. While the silver balls zinged and pinged off the bumpers and shot from the typoed flipper to another typoed flipper, as the girls actually had a perfect tip passage and a strong bounce. The games let throb, throwing up red and orange globes from the girls' faces. Mesmerized, Tony continued to watch the girls, but his attention was facilitated between their amazing pinball skills and to the points racking up at the bottom of the scoreboards. The scoring system at the Faz Arcade varied wisely. The same shot in one game might get you 1,000 points, so a 1 million point score was impressive.
In other games, you could score 100,000 shots at one point. High scores in the game could push to 1 billion. The two girls were playing had the same scoring systems they had to, or the girls wouldn't have been able to compete so one-on-one on separate machines. On these machines, most of the scores were in the low millions. The girls are already top 5 million, with their scores higher than all the others on this list, except for GGY. GGY had held top 3 high scores on spots on both of these machines, and their scores were all in the 50 millions and above. Male players. Okay. Right. Millions above. Okay. Honestly, Fazbear Entertainment controlling the Utah government might explain a lot. I don't think it does canonically, but that would explain things. GGY hadn't played that many games here, but the ones they played, they dominated. Whenever GGY was on the high score rosters, their scores blew all the others out of the water. Who is this arcade phenomenon? That's interesting. Isn't that the word? Hold on. Retro CDs. Let me check something. That you're some. And I'm surprised by your knowledge of computers. You're something of a phenom. Do you know what that word means? It means you have unusual skill, like a hacker. That's interesting. That's an unusual word to use. And it's specifically one used for 46. Okay. But that also does make it. How did they get such high scores? Were they just that good? And if so, how they good? Or were they cheating somehow? Which could explain if they were a hacker, they would be able to cheat all the scores. Tony grinned as he felt the tickle aside. These are the kind of questions that got his creative juices flowing. Why are there so many spaces between F and the L's? It was a real-life mystery, one Tony intended to solve. It could be the basis of their story. It didn't matter if it was fiction. All Tony would have to do is change a few details about of what he had discovered, and the investigation could be the meat of their story. The first thing Tony had to do was discover GGY, was to find GGY, and to find GGY, he had to figure out who they were. Surely, if GGY achieved such amazing scores on several machines, someone had seen GGY play. Turning, Tony started retracing his steps back towards the pinball queens. Clearly, they had at least played they played the games a lot. So here's my set. A couple of rowdy boys carrying towards Tony as he shook his head as the boys bounced off. Okay. Both the boys were wearing gray shirts and baseball caps. They looked like humanoid pinball stuff. Okay. That's just a joke. Reaching the pinball queens, Tony wondered if he could talk to them while they played. Some arcade players had no problem telling. Okay. Tried. Call my name. Tony decided that the redhead looked more approachable. Both are incredible. Okay. That was a doozy. Okay. Are you a stalker? You look a little young to be a stalker. Not a stalker. I'm just trying to figure out who GGY is. I thought since you and your friend always play a lot, you might have seen them. Why? I never look at the high score rosters. I could care less. All I want to do is beat her. In your dreams. Delusional, are we? What the hell is with F and L being separated? Fazbear Entertainment owns everything. Enragement child. 7th grade. 7th grade. 12. That's... Okay, that's another thing that's a point to Gregory. Okay. Too young. We're sophomores. So you don't know who GGY is. No idea. Shoot to Axel.
ABC, she said. Axel Brandon Campbell. He's probably up there. A couple lines below the two girls initiated. Yeah. Excellent class. He's always blathering about how he has scores. Okay. He's got. But okay. Where's the stupid hat? Fishing. Okay, bucket hat. Okay. There you are. Probably get a better hobby. Okay. Okay, so. Okay, is there anything? Okay, just.
My first interesting takeaway from this is that even if Dr. Rabbit is Gregory, yeah, this story is really fucking long. These stories are really long, but this is we're on to GGY, which is the interesting one. It's interesting they've pointed out that Rab has a good family if Rab is GGY, which I think is where this is going.
What did Rab Sundays? Sunday afternoons were a bit busy times fast, so well, that was fine. He didn't want to play any games. He was on a mission. However, that was probably a total waste of time. It sounded like Axel was more of a sure thing. So he's okay. For time, Tony wondered if the girls were messing with him. Exactly. Okay. Axel Ryan Campbell was leaning into the machines, trolls, Bunbarians. His ugly green Armagreen bucket hat was okay. Oh, fuck the music. God damn it. This is the one it like always skips on for some reason. Oh, that's because it's the last one. I get stuck on that. Or no, it's the second last one. Why does it get stuck there? Okay. Because I've seen him stroll through the arcade, joking around for me. Okay. Here's still the herd third. Two of the other officials more familiar. Guessing that Axel is probably the one with the intense voice who would get angry if he was interrupted. Tony waited until Axel lost the game.
That was pretty impressive. You're really good at this game. I've seen your initial on the games. Which one is your favorite? What's your deal? My deal? I don't have a deal. Sure you do. You wouldn't be talking to me if you didn't have a deal. Okay, I'm trying to figure out who GGY is. The person whose score is so much higher in the games than everyone else's on several arcades in the past game. I was told you might know. I don't know their names, but their initials were KXT and CRF. Two girls, one redhead and one black hair. Kenzie and Crystal, a couple of stuck-up snobs. Yeah, I got a feeling. But are they right? Do you know who GGY is? I'm not done playing. Okay. Nah, I don't know who GGY is. The guy's scores are too high. Way too high. That's what I thought. Asked around and no one has seen him play. Scores are like that. You'd think he'd want the limelight, you know? You'd think someone would have seen him play, Tony agreed. It's gotta be him. The guy's like a ghost. It's gotta be him. The guy's like a ghost, actually said. Tony agreed. Okay, that's... They're pointing out that that is interesting that they pointed out that the assumption is it's a him, but it might not be. That's interesting.
Well, thanks. Whoa there, dude. Sorry about that.
Finbar.
Ireland? My God, this changes everything.
I don't know about Ireland. Black people are not all me. Finbar said. Yep, that means fair. Yep, it means fair-haired. My mom said I was so. My mom was 100% Irish from county court. My dad was from the world. Okay. Yeah, an Irish warlord was king of fairies. That's just impressive. I wrote a story about how folklore created a lot of society's customs. You're pretty interested in the little dude. So I'm wandering around certain people. I've been keeping an eye on you. Interesting that Fruity Mace is here. Excuse me, Finbar. Hey there, princess. Strawberry blonde girl. Okay, that doesn't match. But, PC on alcohol. What are we focusing on this so long for? Good question. I've been trying to figure out who GGY is. The highest score. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not.
Finbar Fazbear!
Yeah, sorry, I haven't been saying much because I've been trying to figure out, like, yeah, this could be like Gregory, but like, what the fuck's the thing in this? Because like, everyone talks about the story as if it's Jesus Christ incarnate coming back to slap them on the ass. What the hell is the thing in this story that's so important? Other than the implication that Gregory might have played the arcades, is it literally just that? Is the reveal just that GGY goddamn like? Amelia? Who the hell? Thanks. Way sooner than what should be possible. Just a couple days now. I'm doing a store right It is interesting that they noticed that they used names because it's yeah, I'm okay. What? I don't know what PC stands for here actually. Okay, Tarble. I need to come on this side. Not sure if any other arcade attendants. They do mention that the arcade attendants are the ones aware of. Right? Isn't that? The technicians. That's not a connection actually. That's not correct. That's good that I checked that. I'm trying to do something, but I'm going to get back. Not sure I'm trying to. If I'm going to do something, I'm probably. Okay, so they are bringing technicians. I'm pretty sure the dude or dudette hacked those machines. What they said is
The machines are they should be, so they can try to hack it out. Does GGY have somebody? But no one's seen them do it. That's a mystery. If GGY is up, it's flying. Why is there a gap between all the L's? This must be a weird thing here. Training sciences is a bad habit. Plenty after hours gets you access to employee-only areas, but if an employee loses a card, it's immediately deactivated. You don't really use it once or twice, and that, if that, and this card doesn't get you in and out of the building. Only security ratchets do that. And those are even more closely guarded. Sometimes my fellow coworkers get careless with those things, but anyone who steals one won't get to use it for long. Sorry, got an issue to take care of. Okay. More talking about how good GGY is. Sorry, I'm really zoning out now because what does bug me about this is if the reveal is that Gregory's GGY, which I feel like should be the default reveal, is why is there never any acknowledgement of Gregory in the arcade at all? Like, neither, like, I feel like there's missing dialogue sometimes for these implications that bug me. I think that's the biggest reason I was, like, turned away from stuff like Gregory being 46 or Gregory being, like, really suspicious working for Afton or whatever. I think someone would be good in the forums or something. Well, you know what you would do much. But I just found out one of the attendants that ran by. I was wondering about that. We're trying to line I guess not. Dude, do you think someone that good would be on the forums or something? I've been dismissed. Dan West. Suddenly chill color. Interesting that GG. So Freddy is already a little on Fritz. We are on page 25 of the overall book apparently, but this is the digital version, so I don't know how far that is. We're still going to GGY. History of GGY. You remember Colin totally realized that maybe because if I'm technically able to find GGY that way. Or next thing it's 20 down to the rabbit hole of forums over the top arcade games. Cheating, creating a username, digger 1, and a password for a dozen sites. Figuring out here. But he didn't hang around forums. But the hours he spent online meant nothing. Working 99, sitting cross-legged, saying 20 dollars. Oregon 99. Filler.
trying to get a car. That's I'm kind of at a dead end here because I was like, oh, I'll just read the stories, but I'm realizing these stories are a little longer than I thought. And also, we're already like 3 hours, nearly 4 hours in. So I'm trying to like get through them quickly. Stuff is total in the shoes hobby. Fortile really stumbles forward, fall down. Shoot out. Woman, attack. Kathy said okay. Compassion, check. Recording scene. Where's it hurt? Okay, so I'm gonna start skimming through this bit because we're not actually going to GGY much. Taking advantage. Yeah, this might be a good time to chat about nonsense because I'm just trying to figure out where this big reveal comes in that's been so hyped up. Because we're about 10 pages away from the end. Maybe a little less. Well, 10 digital pages. Grab, high score, keyboard, score. Scored list. Following plan you come up with. Then 4, Tony Rep start looking for GY. And he got lucky. Found that GGY the 5th day of his try. Tony stuck correct. Clicking on a play pass quit. Tony wasn't a hacker, but he was reasonably good with a computer. Because of that, he was able to easily spot the play pass issue had been modified. Although the play passes were supposed to be designed to simply give frequent players access to all games without the needs of tokens, this one had been modified to be into a more of a security pass than play pass. Pizza Deluxe play passes were relatively simple white cards with a barcode. The card issued to GGY, according to the story, had more than just use a barcode. Same transparent, very family. Okay, for Fazbear Company logo. My big question is, okay, once again, assuming we're building to GGY as Gregory, what the fuck changed between Security Breach and this? Okay, let's keep going, because apparently magic happens. Right, guys, back Tony saw Mary on screen. Was not just an amazing game player, but they were also a proficient hacker. So yes, we are building so that Gregory is 46. What? Wait, is it 10 pages? Hold on, let me double check. We are on page 29, and storyteller. Okay, that's slight spoilers, but I'm just looking for the page. 48. Okay, no, we're 20 pages behind. Never mind. It's 9. Never mind. We're way behind. Okay. Well, we definitely know someone named Greg is in the story now. And Halloween once caught a glimmer of a corner eye. Remembering what last time he sailed on the swipe, Tony. Body plant Freddy. The trunk was pacing. Tony 3 feet or so behind Tony's right shoulder. Luckily, I was shouting Tony, but why? What if I had seen Tony was going to this kiosk? Okay. a big deal about Glenn on Friday. So he's gonna meet Megan or Morgan. Okay. Just your courage. Like that clock stands probably. Okay, that's a fun one. No, it doesn't like it. I think this is just hacked. So you know how like all the animatronics are hacked in the final game, implied. I think this is great, just Freddy in that phase still. I think the idea is that because remember he says he was down there before, and it's implied Vanessa took him down there or Vanny. So my guess is this is still in the phase where he hasn't been glitched out of that control yet. He is still working for Vanny, so he's still like off. Not only drenched, but he was also thoroughly spooked. On game nights, okay. Okay, where's your girl? Horse girl. Idiot. Morgan was an Irish goddess. Okay, it's also a normal name. I'll bite you, and if you try, you can whack it with the bat. Okay. Told me to let the hang. Well, should we do this? But ready. Come over here. So you, Crystal, right? You talked to Axel. You never told us your name. Tony. Okay, Tony. How do you know it was me from the forum? You're not a stuff for your thing. You're literally the only person going around asking about GGY. Why'd you meet me? I think you might be sticking your nose in something that can get you in trouble. All I'm trying to do is figure out what GGY is. Yeah, exactly, and I don't think that's a good idea. Why? Use your brain, kid. You said yourself that in your PM that GGY hacked the Blast. Do you think that's just for kicks? I figured. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you something. If you find out if I find out you told her that okay. My hobby, which I do for fun, is like hacking. I like poking around and seeing what there is, like GGY. Not like GGY. I look around. GGY has another agenda. That's the thing. I don't know. All I know is that they're able to do things that are weird. And when I see weird, I think unpredictable, and unpredictable can sometimes be dangerous. What weird things? One of the things I was poking into was B+'s animatronic code. I was curious about how their PA revered children just for fun. But then when I was looking at the code, I spotted some strange lines that didn't seem seem original to the programming. New lines of code created for additional conversations and behaviors and correct on Freddy, Chica, Roxy, and Monty. Just like and stuff that wasn't in the legitimate coding. Embedded in those lines of codes were random G's and Y's. So it's a signature, of course they do. And this signature is left by a hacker, and then even not by one of the original programs, I'm sure. G's and Y's. I don't believe in coincidences. Me neither. For some reason, GGY wants to control the animatronics. It's been wait. I don't know why, and I don't know about what the kind of code is designed to. I didn't think much about when I found it, and I didn't really care until you started asking about GGY. That's why I linked the code to the GGY and I scores it, and I don't know, just feel like it's done. Twice when I've been at the Pizza Flex looking around, I caught Glenn or Freddy watching me. You need to be careful. Why? None of it is my business. I repeat, I don't care. I'm just trying to, so I'm just going to forget all that. But I have a little brother, and I felt like a jerk if I didn't tell you to be careful. I warn you, be careful.
done. Okay. Jobs. Okay. Thoroughly. What's your mother side? Okay. 20 pretended it didn't feel well. That's as long ago. Then it gets much done. Okay, we're still in filler territories with some breadcrumbs as we go. Okay, come on. Hit me with the, like, holy shit moment where Gregory busts through with a shotgun and it's like, we're gonna take down the animatronics. This is what I sound like in Tales. No diploma, so I'm trying to show no interest in showing assignment, even though Tony told me about what he found. Boots. And it was a plan they weren't going to share with anyone. Working behind the scenes, Wraith Light. It's just Wraith, probably a joke, but I don't think it's actual connection. Worming their way through the darkness of the Flux's area, GGY, so to settle share behind. Did they leave a trail on purpose, teasing anyone who dared follow their confident intentions? Or were they so overconfident in their clearly superior hacking abilities that their carelessness was left to them? Code became the new leader. They became the new leader. If I had no chance, they had thought they were trying to control people. Balance pizza flags, Frey, Chica, Rocky, Monty, normally, for truth, for southern rebel duties, and which destroys minions. Millions out of other people in their cage. Okay. That's the end. Now that Tony's out of his right, though, he heard Grand Lines saying, Emily Mary Schneider, a school counselor, disappeared. Okay. School counselor. Okay, well, that's another 46 connection. Okay. But our Mary would have just been taken off. Something happened to her. Please, if you know anything. Didn't have the best sense of humor. But she did like the fact that Tony and ours were using pen names, so. She had good titles for her. Okay. Love the room. We're still shotgun short. Late tomorrow. Fine. Or frozen shrub. Basement. Reading this, okay. GGY what? Could Mary have let you do a good mercenary? Missing counselor, that's interesting. But what, it's reality? Okay, we're doing some Danganronpa kind of nonsense. So many pizza plugs. So we are talking about luring counselors to the Pizzaplex to kill them, it seems like. Even if Tony hasn't figured that out, we know what the where it's going. God, there's 9 pages left still, and we're not. We're like 3/4 of the way through the story, and we still haven't gotten our Gregory reveal yet. But I'm just saying, like, Tony's going through some dang rope of like, oh, Mary. Well, I just happened to hear on the news that this lady named Mary went disappearing. Maybe this random person GGY let in is burying, killing her, and yeah, I'm reading. What the hell is with the F's being distorted? As a kid. If they're a kid, they'll probably go to my school. If they go to my school, they probably marry strong. So what? They would have, and they'd have a lot more. I mean, yeah, that is the actual logic Tony's going through. Huh? There can't be 2 different Marys in the world, huh? And I know that's going to be correct in the story, but that doesn't make it any like less bullshit. Headphones got a little distorted. Exterior lights. Okay. Change words on it. When child has bushes. Toby is shut and granny stone blocks and squeezed to the barely wide enough hole between them. New design class thing, and such. Like, that's important. School. Okay, so he's gonna look for. Although the school was ancient, Tony was sparse and knew the curiosity would, so he used to avoid them, took TV, counselors. The list was long, but each name was dated. Okay. Only 4 of the names had dates within the last couple of years. That's real interesting. Hold on. Only 4 of the names had dates within the last couple of years. Tony had figured out those names were relevant because the Pizzaplex hadn't been around before then. Okay, this is our first interesting reveal of GGY, honestly. If this is canon to Security Breach 100%, no arguing. This means the Pizzaplex is only about, considering that Gregory is still a kid, and if Gregory's in this story, which I'm pretty sure that's going to be the reveal we're heading towards, that means the Pizzaplex is not as old as it is in Lally's game, and it's good, I would say. There's a lot of points where it just kind of rambles. It is very slow, I'll say. I feel like they could have compacted it. Like, I do like the core history. I do like Tony's train of thought and his discovery. I kind of just wish this was like a whole book, though, and it was like filled with bigger, more fast-paced reveals. This kind of feels too big for a short story, but also like too slow for itself. Anyway, so this implies that Pizzaplex is only a few years old, even in Security Breach. If Gregory's still around then that means... And Gregory's still like 12 to 15, or like 12 actually, according to the story, or maybe a little older. That means
in 2035 it's only a few years old, which confirms a lot of other stories are false or not continuity. Because other stories treat the Pizza Flex as if it's been around forever. Hold on, I gotta take this. Phone call, I gotta take this. Okay, so I will say, I have to pick something up for my dad. And I don't have to end the stream right now, I still have a bit of time, and I think we will get through GGY, but I think I'll have to cut it off after GGY. I don't think we'll be able to do Bobbiedots conclusion. I just wanted to cover that, because I need to pick something up, and I need to pick up something up for Best Buy. Anyway, so but I think we have time to finish it because I close at 8 and it's currently 7. How many Jeremy's can I kill? Yeah, that donation was my last stream. Don't worry about it. Okay. For a few weeks, so I've been going through accounts. Okay, so this is 46 connection. So missing squares. It's identical. Okay, so they're all going missing. Okay, that definitely is a security breach connection. Want to be out of school time? Okay. Then why would you done anything to the 3 women? That's easy, I thought. Once must have met GGY, and maybe one by one they caught on to what GGY was doing at the Pizza Flex. Clearly they were brilliant. Brilliant's like be used for good or bad. Okay. Once again, we're doing very Danganronpa style logic. It was well for sure, but totally okay. Once again, Danganronpa logic. Okay. Four more pages. Okay, then room is door. Balutes. Okay, Ellis is the name of Balutes. You want to see me? Sit. I'm very rushed on time. The biggest, most awful. Yeah, I know. Name. No, okay. Let's tell you what. What you see is what you get. Okay, so grab is Greg. Cool. And Greg can move off. See you tomorrow. Greg, wait. Okay. Okay, that's. Okay, that's all it was. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we are revealing the rabbits to Greg, which I kind of knew. There are a lot of security breach connections with 46. So I do think this is confirming Greg is 46, sort of. I think. Does this actually break anything, though? There's no implications Greg is a robot. There's no explanation for why he's doing anything here. There's no other than he's sinister. Yeah, this is so not a Greg bot confirmation, by the way. This is like just confirms Gregory's 46, which is and I still stand by that this is a really fucking weird series of things because it implies Gregory intentionally brought someone there. There's so many weird things that Security Breach contradicts with this. Because there are so many questions of like, why? Even if Gregory's like playing innocent. I think that if this is all 100% canon, which it probably is, honestly, there's no reason to say it wouldn't be. Other than that it's a book. Yeah. I do think this is probably just Gregory being possessed by Glitch Trap. I don't even know if I want to really make a video on this one because I was kind of expecting something more absurd. Because this is literally just what I thought it was. Like, this is basically exactly what I thought the story was going to be. So... I think... Because there's a lot of information to get this Gregory to be the security breach one. There's a lot of stuff that is required to get this to be true. And there's also a lot of stuff we have to ignore to get this to be true. As like a definitive. The biggest one is 46 is referred to exclusively in female terms in every localization, which means that's an error if this is 100% definitive. Which, like I said, there's no reason for it to not be, but there is always the room that we just don't get something. It could just be that this is the Vanny counterpart to Gregory, where Gregory, the one we play in Security Breach, is innocent and genuinely just wants to help or escape the Pizzaplex. And this one right here, is the split half. So Dr. Rabbit would be the evil half, and then Gregory would be the good half, basically. I don't see anything implying that Gregory's a robot in this story. I feel like MatPat's going to jump to that as proof for Gregory being a robot, but I heavily disagree with it. I do like at least having an answer for 46, though. I don't mind that. I do think he's just manipulated or possessed. I do think there's going to be some reveal of... have you pick one. I do think actually my core 46 theory still holds up. I think 46 really is this just extremely, while he's being possessed at least, is an intelligent, loyal kid to Afton. And then and now I'm going to add on to it by saying I think Gregory snaps out of it or breaks free. And I also think the connection to Landmark Freddy is there. And then both of you'll both burn. Yeah, I think that's also another connection. I don't think Gregory himself is evil, but I do think Dr. Rabbit is. I think there's no arguing that Dr. Rabbit is sinister. I'm pretty sure that's what we're building to now. Actually, I think that's what we're going with. I think our simple conclusion from the story is that Gregory is possessed by Afton to do things out of his control, and then that leads to... I don't doubt that Rytos did a great theory on it. Rytos is probably my favorite theorist right now. Because a lot of the other theorists I have problems with for how they present things, and that they're so willing to go through the logical extremes right away without considering the more normal outcomes. Because I stand by the biggest issue with Robot Kids is it's so extra for no payoff. There is no reward to Robot Kids as a storytelling device, and there's no purpose for the writers to need to go there. Which is why, like I said, this is what I said in 46's in Robot Kid Denial actually, until Gregory rips his skin off. And reveals he has a mechanical hand, I don't think he's a robot. But you know what's fucking hilarious? Let me actually see if I can black out the display capture. Let me see if I can find this. This is a real deep dive into my Reddit account. I had did I delete it? I must have deleted it. Oh. Did I really delete this? I don't remember deleting this. I had made a post on Reddit where I literally said, I wonder if Gregory is being possessed by Afton and he is 46. Or it would be in posts. I can't find it. I think I must have deleted it. But I literally had this post, and like I got like several comments. And people were like, "That's fucking stupid." And a lot of people were like, "That's impossible," pretty much. But basically, that was like my conclusion. I can't find it. I think I must have deleted it. Yeah, I think it's an argument at this point that Gregory isn't 46, or that Gregory. I'm pretty sure he is 46. I feel like that's what that story was trying to confirm, even if the literal events aren't canon potentially. But there's no reason to think they wouldn't be. I do think Vanessa's just as Vanny, and Vanessa's just Vanessa, and I think that's all there is to it. And I think there is still something interesting going on that's yet to be explained. There are several things that I think are still interesting to be explained. That's where I'm going to leave us off. I don't have time right now to go into Bobbiedots' conclusion because I have to, especially with how long it's taken me. Phasgo children are based. Yeah, I'm just going to end the stream here because I think that's the gist of it. I think that's all we're going with. I think we're going to have to wait till Ruin to explain the gaps between GGY and FNAF. It's Security Breach. I will say, there's one thing completely wrong about the leaked version of the story. And that was, everything about Security Breach is wrong! And there's it's all wrong, because that's like how it was presented in like the live reading to me. That's kind of how I read it. It was like, Security Breach is so much worse because of this. Which is how like this story is presented to me, which I don't think the story proves at all. I think this just shows that there's a different thing going on. It's still really weird to reveal this in a short story. It's really fucking weird to reveal this in a short story. Anyway, I'm gonna have to end the stream here. My throat's also kind of killing me from talking for 4 hours and doing a voice the whole time. So yeah, conclusions. Gregory is 46. That's the reveal. We don't know how or why. Presumably after his shenanigans. Don't think he's a robot still. There's nothing about that that really implies it to me. I think that's where we're leaving off for now. I'll have to read Bobbiedots' conclusion. I don't know if that's... Is Bobbiedots' conclusion stream-worthy? Yeah, the story doesn't reveal much we couldn't figure out, but it's interesting that it was confirmed in a short story. I do want to... Yeah, I think I'm going to end the stream here. My throat